Hello, everyone, and welcome to One Civil Law. For today's story, we turn our attention to a murder, or double attempted murder, I should say. No one actually died. Double attempted murder in Florida of the sentencing of Spencer Ross Pearson. This sentencing happened 3 days ago, but was previously covered on Dr. Berry's channel earlier today, and I thought it was pretty interesting, and so I wanted to cover it as well. So that's what we're going to do. Mr. Pearson was 18 at the time and stabbed a girl multiple times, 17-year-old girl, by all accounts, a girl that he was romantically interested in. And then, she told him no, and he wasn't all about the no life, and he decided to solve the no problem with the stabbing, which I don't know what rom-com movies he's watching, but the stabbing is nothing I've seen. I mean, I've certainly seen people try to convert no into yes with romantic gestures, maybe a boombox, maybe some, large cards with writing on them as she opens up the door, and, he has large cards that says his feelings. I've certainly seen some sappy things, some rom-coms, but not real popular in the rom-coms with trying to get the girl who says no. Not real popular is the stabbing. Don't remember that rom-com, so I'm not sure which one he was basing his plan on, but it didn't really work. She is not into him, and the stabbing has not improved her opinion of him, perhaps unsurprisingly. So anyways, since he pled guilty, apparently trying to push everything into sentencing, so basically he's going with the I'm going to try to throw mercy on the court, right? I'm going to plead guilty. His legal strategy seems to be, well, they have me completely dead to rights. So maybe if I plead guilty, and maybe if I take responsibility, and maybe if I try to show some contrition, maybe I can get out of this with less than a life sentence for the double attempted murder. I mean, when you don't have a lot to work with, why not, I guess? So we're going to be watching portions of the sentencing hearing. We're going to begin with the detective who will, introduce us to the crime. And then we will listen to the emergency medical, or the doctor rather, at the emergency room, the doctor who treated for the injuries related to the stabbing. Then we will hear a statement from the victim herself, and we'll then hear a brief statement from the defendant on why, he'd prefer very much not to go to jail forever. And then we'll hear the result of all that. So that's what we're going to do. So we begin our exploration. Remember, he pled guilty. So this is the first time, at least in open court, anyone has sort of recited the facts of the crime. Obviously, they've been done in writing as plea agreements, but this is the first time anyone has testified, if you like, as to the facts of the crime. So she will inform us of the facts of the crime, which, reminder, he pled guilty, so these are facts. All right, so let's listen to the facts of the crime as laid out by this detective. Okay, let's get started with that. And let me just change the output so you can actually hear it, and go.
Yes, ma'am. It is Hannah Haas, Haas.
How are you employed?
I am currently assigned to the Major Crimes Unit at the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office as a detective.
How long have you been with the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office?
Just over 3 years.
Do you have any prior law enforcement experience?
Yes, ma'am. I worked for the Bradford County Sheriff's Office for approximately 12 years prior to transferring.
And if you could scoot a little bit closer. What were your roles with the Bradford County Sheriff's Office?
I started out as a 911 dispatcher, and within that time, I became a sheriff's deputy and then worked in the criminal investigations unit for general investigations and then promoted to supervisor.
And with St. John's, how long have you been in the Major Crimes Unit?
Almost 2 years.
And so you were in that capacity in June of 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
The incident that we're here occurred June 3rd. It was a Saturday. So are you working on a Saturday or are you on call?
I'm on call.
Okay. When did your agency start to receive calls about an incident that had occurred at Chubby's restaurant in Ponte Vedra?
At approximately 4:30 p.m.
Describe what deputies encountered when they arrived on scene.
When deputies arrived on scene, they observed 4 persons injured in a grassy area between the Chubby's parking lot and A1A. They also observed multiple witnesses on scene, as well as fire rescue assisting those persons.
Okay. So EMS, some of EMS had actually gotten there first before law enforcement.
Yes, ma'am.
Those 4 persons that were injured, can you identify them all for the record, please?
Yes, 17-year-old Madison Schemitz, Madison's mother, Jacqueline Roger. We also have the bystander who stopped the incident, Kennedy Armstrong, and then we have the defendant, Spencer Pearson.
So did you get called out to this?
So injured are the defendant with the knife. We have a Good Samaritan bystander who tried to prevent the stabbing. The defendants are the victim's mother and the victim herself. That's who we have. So the victim's mother, random good guy, and the defendant. Those are the people injured in this conflagration. Okay.
Seen by patrol?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What time do you get there, and what is the scene like? What's going on when you arrive?
I got there at approximately 6 p.m., received a phone call about 5 p.m. When I arrived on scene, our victims and the defendant had already been transported to the hospitals. The scene was secured by crime scene tape, and there was witnesses standing by waiting for interviews.
All right. And at this time, Detective Voss, I'm going to display on the screen some photographs and just ask you to kind of describe what we're looking at and the vantage point of these images.
So here's Mr. Chubby's Wings. It's at 150 Valley Circle in Ponte Vedra. This is the north side of the building.
Mr. Chubby's Wings is the name of the restaurant. I just wanted to clarify that. That's the name of the restaurant. Mr. Chubby's Wings. Pressing on.
In the parking lot. This is the same vantage point of the north side view of the parking lot.
Okay. And that highway or street that you see at the top of the photo, which road is that?
That'll be A1A.
And as we sort of move around the building, what do you note of evidentiary value in the photos?
The white Jeep and the black Tahoe are both Madison and Jacqueline's.
Okay. The white Jeep belonged to who?
Madison Schemitz.
And the black Tahoe?
Jacqueline Roger.
Her mother. Okay. So this is just another vantage point, kind of standing on that sidewalk. Is that on the east side?
It is on the east side of the building.
All right. And do you see another vehicle of interest in this image?
Yes, the gray Chevrolet is going to be the defendant's vehicle that he traveled there in.
Okay, the truck off to the right?
Yes, ma'am.
And what vantage point are we looking at here?
Now we're looking towards Mr. Chubby's Wings. This is the grassy area on which the deputies observed our victims and defendant injured. And then we have Madison Schemitz' white Jeep and the black Tahoe that belongs to Madison's mother, Jacqueline, and Spencer Pearson's vehicle being the gray Chevrolet truck.
You were out at the scene. From the vantage point of A1A, can these vehicles be seen?
Yes.
I mean, clearly.
And again, what's being depicted by the little green markers in this photo?
So we're showing the location, evidence, where the blood was from our victim and the defendant in the grassy area, clothing that was used to render aid to the victims, and then additionally the knife that was used.
And where is the knife at this point in the process? What was it being marked by?
Being marked by the green placard, and it is still lying in the grassy area where Spencer was.
And I believe there's an orange cone as well marking it.
Yes, sir.
Is this just an up close of some of the blood evidence that was seen at that point?
Yes.
This is sort of two images of that knife that was marked, first by the cone and then second by photo marker 13. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that the knife that was collected in this case?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Okay. And so you arrive on scene. Do you get obviously briefed by patrol and take a look around with other detectives?
Yes, ma'am. We completed the interviews, took a look around, got with our forensics, started taking in evidence.
At some point, did you or other members of your agency obtain video surveillance from Chubby's as part of your investigation?
Yes, Detective Malka obtained the surveillance video from Mr. Chubby's wings.
Okay. Now, did Mr. Chubby's just have one camera, or did they have multiple angles and things?
There was multiple angles,
Both inside and outside?
inside and outside.
Did was a compilation video put together by your agency in like a timeline format?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Okay. Before we show that, I'm just going to get some general things out from you about what is going to be in the video. This is a screenshot essentially of the video. What area are we looking at here?
We're looking at the dining area inside of Mr. Chubby's wings. And if you look, there's Madison and her friend Chloe. They arrived first. And also at the table is Jacqueline and Chloe's mother, Casey.
Okay. Is it this table down here on the ground on the black carpet there with, I believe, 4 females you can see?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we'll get a better picture of it here in a little bit. So Madison and her friend, you've gone back and watched, the entirety of the video. Madison and her friend Chloe arrived first at Chubby's.
Yes, ma'am.
Looks like a nice restaurant.
Madison's vehicle.
Yeah, in Madison's vehicle.
Looks like a nice place. I'd go eat
And
there.
then Madison's mom and Jacqueline arrive. Enjoy them.
Yes.
To eat.
Yes, ma'am.
What time does the defendant walk into Chubby's?
Yeah.
The defendant walks in.
Yeah, the laptop clip art is an interesting choice. I'm not really sure what is inspiring that particular framing device. Like, why is the surveillance video depicted as though it is being displayed on a laptop in this PowerPoint? That's a good point. I don't know. I hadn't really thought about it until you brought it to my attention, but now that you mentioned it, I don't get it. But yes, so I mean, it's June the 3rd of 2023, and it looks like a nice restaurant. They've got an American flag on the wall. Looks like it's nicely organized. Looks like it's nicely laid out. Looks relatively clean. Looks like a place I'd like to go. Maybe Chubby's Wings ain't so bad after all. Okay.
The Chubby's at approximately 3:37 p.m.
And what does he do generally while he's in there? What did your investigation show?
Well, the video will begin with Spencer, the defendant, arriving in the north part of the parking lot in the building. And he pulls in and then puts it in reverse and pulls around to the front, passing Madison and Jacqueline's vehicles. Once he's parked, he walks in at about approximately 3:37. Once he's in, he then walks over to the bar area, sits at a high top table with a view of Madison and her friends and family, then orders mozzarella sticks. After that, Spencer then goes to the restroom and then returns at 4:16.
So he returns to his table at 4:16, and then what time do Madison and her group leave the restaurant approximately?
You'll then see Madison, Chloe, and Jacqueline get up and start to leave the building at 4:29.
And then shortly thereafter, what happens?
You got to get the mozzarella sticks, man. The mozzarella sticks are important. Although I have to be honest, I went to this place called Bombshells, which is relatively near my house. Nate and I went there together. I forget why we were there. I think we were there to watch a game or something, but we were really just there to hang out. And they didn't have traditional mozzarella sticks, but they did have mozzarella sticks that were like coated in the fiery Cheeto stuff. Worst mozzarella sticks ever. I had to send them back. They were so horrible. Trash. Give me some real mozzarella sticks, man.
And then the video shows the defendant leaving the table, exiting the building, and chasing down Madison and striking her multiple times.
Okay. For the record, I'm now going to play this video, and I may ask you a few questions as we start. You can see a timestamp in the top left corner on a lot of these. This is the defendant initially pulling into the north side of the building that you referenced.
Yes, ma'am.
can see a little better. Can you just describe each of the parties by the clothes they're wearing?
Yes, Chloe is wearing a gray shirt with a bag around her shoulders. Madison is in the black t-shirt and shorts on her phone in the middle next to her mother, Jacqueline, who's wearing an orange tank top, shorts. And then to the left of her is Chloe's mom, Casey, wearing a dress.
See coming into the camera.
You'll see the defendant walking to the bar area, to the high top table, and then take a seat.
This is a different angle of the same thing.
Yes.
This skips to a certain part where you talked about the timing of about 4:14. He's getting up and going where?
He's going to the restroom.
You see him. This is again a different angle right here. Is that when on the video it becomes obvious that the women in the restaurant, Madison and family, see him?
Yes, Madison's very surprised and immediately alerts her mother.
Looks nice. Yeah, I'd eat there. They've got some draft. Looks like they've got some liquor. Nice wood, clean. I don't see any dirt or really any grime, really. Looks like they do a good job of busting their tables.
Yes, sir.
Health inspector must be happy. I don't see them as being on an episode of Bar Rescue anytime in the near future.
Now, I think in time, just so the record's clear, we skipped ahead to about 4:26. 4:26, is that right? 16:26?
Yes, sir.
See at that high top, you can still see the white hat up there, correct?
Yes, sir.
Of the defendant.
I'm not 100% sure about the carpet, though. I don't like the, offset vertical with the horizontal. I'm also not sure really about carpet at all, really, to be honest. Why not just have easily wipeable floors? Why even have carpet at all, to be honest?
No, they do not.
You know?
They appear to be looking outside the front windows of the restaurant at that point, right?
Yes, sir.
Carpet has the advantage of not being prone to slipping. That's fair. That's fair. Cuts down on acoustics. Also fair. These are fair critiques. There's the douchebag, by the way. Take a look at that haircut. That's a douchebag haircut with that like bullshit mustache he's got. What's he trying to go for there? Some sort of goth look? I don't know, man. We'll give you something to be depressed about, jackass. What'd he do? A little bit of stabbing. A little bit of stabby stab. Little friendly with the stabbing.
They do walk outside of the restaurant without interacting.
His would-be paramour spurned him, and he decided to win her back with the stabbing. Not recommended by any romance book I've ever read. If you love her, let her go, I think was more the expression, not if you love her, stab her. But, you know, maybe I didn't get that far. Maybe that's more an advanced technique. Yeah, flowers would have been a better call. Boombox, placards with writing on them.
Both parties leaving from that angle, and now I think we're
A poem, maybe.
back to the, when Madison and her family leaves just from this angle, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. They're seen outside speaking to a staff member of the restaurant for a minute, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Jacqueline was explaining the situation in pain.
Can I pause this? So, hold on 1 minute.
I'm going to put it on a little bit faster, put it on 1.25.
Get back to.
You use 1.25 a lot? Nice.
1 minute, Your Honor. I'm trying to make me start all over again.
Are his parents in court? Yes. His parents are there. And her parents. Everyone's there. Everyone's there. His parents are there. Her parents are there. All the parents are there.
I stopped it because of the noise in the back. Just a minute. I'll just pull it up.
In fact, his father testified. We could listen to portions of his testimony later, if you like. His father testified during sentencing.
All right. Apologize for that. paralyzed Madison, you'll see one person get involved first. Who is that?
That would be Kennedy Armstrong.
Kennedy Armstrong is a
Her
random
mother, correct.
good Samaritan.
I believe her mother
Kennedy
is
Armstrong is
first.
just a good guy.
Her mother will be coming around the corner first to intervene, in which she is also injured, and then Kennedy will come across the parking lot and tackle the defendant off of Madison and her mother.
Your agency began to receive many 911 calls, correct? Not this one.
No, multiple.
And it's obviously hard to see any of the parties that are down at this point, but you're aware after Kennedy Armstrong knocks him off of the two women, there's another male that gets on top of Mr. Pearson in an attempt to get the knife away.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's a different person than Kennedy Armstrong.
Yes, ma'am.
So obviously, evidence at the scene is collected. You're doing your investigation. What is the image that I'm displaying on the screen now? Obviously not what's seen, but where is that taken?
Yes, and our evidence took the photograph while on scene, if I believe correctly, of Spencer's knife.
Okay. All right, that was collected at that photo marker 13.
I mean, how do we know it's Spencer's knife? It literally has his name carved into the handle. Guys, if you're going to do the murder, try not to use one that has your own name on it. Whose knife is it? Could be anybody's. Maybe this Spencer guy. Holy shit. That's just too funny.
Yes.
Okay. And after you spent some time on scene, did you respond to a hospital anywhere?
Yes, I responded to the hospital where Jonathan was taken to.
At some point in your investigation that night, I believe, did you receive some belongings that the hospital turned over from the defendant?
Yes, Detective John Newman met me at the hospital and handed me over the belongings that were taken, the defendants. Yes, I'm sorry.
Or into the mic, okay. And did you go through those belongings either there at the hospital or back at the sheriff's office?
Yes, ma'am. Prior to packaging the belongings, we were going to package them on scene at the hospital and then take them and put them into evidence. Prior to packaging, we located an item in his pocket.
In like a shorts pocket?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that item?
That item was a sharpening block.
For a knife?
Yes, ma'am. It is known to use to sharpen a knife.
All right. And so Detective Haas, obviously victims are badly injured, but are you eventually able to do interviews with Ms. Roche and Ms. Schemitz?
Yes, I was able to speak with Mr. J for a little while that Saturday on June 3rd, and then I spoke to Madison Monday on June 5th.
Were you able to sort of get a background timeline as to who the person, the defendant was to her and just a history of the relationship?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what did you find out as far as like how Madison knew the defendant and when had they been together?
They had dated prior to and had a breakup in April of 2023.
Okay. And when did they begin dating?
The year before, for approximately 8 to 9 months, I believe. Less than that.
And so I believe we've got on the screen here, they began dating in October of 2022.
Yes, ma'am.
Broke up in April of 2023.
Yes, ma'am.
Did Ms. Schemitz indicate to you that they had cordial breakup, or at least initially?
She initially thought it was a cordial breakup, and then it did not continue to be that way.
And just generally describe what started happening between the defendant and Ms. Schemitz after she was pregnant in April.
The defendant started to what appeared to be stalk the victim, Ms. Schemitz. Left notes on her vehicle, was following her around, making her uncomfortable, sending text messages, creating fake social media accounts, harassing her, causing issues at school as well. One of the last things that was discussed was when the defendant created a fake TikTok account.
I'm going to get to that one in just a minute, okay? Before we get there, prior to that, are you aware of a photograph that the defendant sent her where he was either attempting to commit suicide or let her know he was going to commit suicide?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And can you describe that photo, and then what did she and her mother do in response to getting that photo?
Once they received a photo of what appeared to be the defendant trying to take his life with a tie, they immediately contacted the defendant's parents to intervene, and then they were able to do so.
So when you say like with a tie, like as in to hang himself?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But they immediately reached out to his family, let them know that he'd sent that, and they intervened?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. And then again, he
So yeah, this background will just spend a moment on this slide. So October 2022, they started dating. April 2023, they broke up. April and May of 23, defendant begins following Madison, harassing her and sending photos suggesting he was going to self-delete by hanging. Madison decided to help by notifying the defendant mother. So he was saying, I'm depressed, I'm going to hurt myself. The defendant apologized. The victim, the defendant said, I'm going to kill myself. The victims said, oh, I want to help. So she notified the mom. And the very person, the defendant then spent 4 days in the hospital. And then the very person who helped maybe save his life, he decided to then stab. That's good news. Madison blocked the defendant on all social media, and defendant created fake social media to stalk Madison. Yeah, so things are not going great here, we can see. So he's not taking the breakup well. Yeah.
result of that attempted suicide, he went to the hospital. I believe he was vaporized for a few days.
Yes, ma'am, I believe it's a voluntary.
Okay. And he left her alone for a short period of time, but then did it pick her back up again?
Yes, ma'am, it did.
All right. Is that when sort of the fake social media account started to come into play?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you got this history from both Madison and her mother. Were you able to review her phone later and kind of corroborate if some of those things occurred?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you able to corroborate that those things did in fact occur?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I'm going to highlight one in particular, and I'm going to change the screen up there to let you know what I'm displaying. Can you just describe first here? You received these screenshots from Madison, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what is this?
This is a fake TikTok account that is labeled as Jeffrey. However, the account belongs to Spencer Pearson.
That's not a great fake account, man. That's really not trying very hard. Okay, so he's trying to create a fake account. The account is called Jeffy. However, the account is at Spencer Pearson. Again, we're not really thinking very hard about this.
And by fake, you just mean it's not the one that like Madison knew him to use while they were together?
Yes, ma'am.
It's another account.
Additional, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then that middle screen, what is that for the people that don't know TikTok's interface? What is he doing there?
So with TikTok, you can like and comment on videos and other comments that are posted. And here it shows that Jeffrey, our defendant, had liked comments, commented on a couple posts, and also tagged some of Madison's friends.
Okay. So before we...
The account is Spencer P. No, wait, that's too revealing. It's S. Pearson.
Talk about the comment where he tagged her. Where you see it begin yesterday and some of the activity this, for the record, account Jeffy, Jeffy, is doing. He's actually going and finding where she's commented on other TikTok videos, and then he's interacting with her comments. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. By liking them or?
Yeah, you have to go into the actual TikTok to be able to see who commented. You have to be looking for it.
Okay. And then this one at the top that I'm going to kind of bring up to the screen. Again, for those who don't know how TikTok sort of uses, what is the Jeffy account that the defendant created doing here?
So in the TikTok.
What the fuck is with this avatar? It's a green alien blob with 4 eyeballs on stalks. What the hell?
That is displayed to the right. He goes into a comment and tags Madison Schemitz, Ethan Bolts, and Maddie, her friend, and an additional person, and states, "Y'all gonna get yours."
Do you know what date this was sent to Madison on TikTok?
No, ma'am, I don't. Oh, correction, I apologize. That was sent to her on Monday, May 29th, 2023.
Okay. So just a few days prior to the stabbing at Chuck.
Yes, ma'am.
And we talked about some of the evidence you were able to see in Madison's phone. Did your agency seize and attempt to search the defendant's phone for any evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that successful?
We were able to get a partial download, but not a full download. Digital Forensics wasn't able to get a full download due to not having the passcode, and still today they hadn't been able to get a full download of the phone.
Okay, so limited data, if anything, unless you have the password,
Yes,
or
ma'am.
can't crack through that password. Right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that hasn't been successful to date?
No, ma'am.
Okay. No further questions for this witness?
Cross-examination. Good morning, Detective Hawks.
Good morning, sir.
When you began your testimony, you were talking about 4 people injured at the scene when you were being dispatched there to what I'm just going to refer to as Mr. Chubby's as opposed to the address. Were you
Yes, sir.
tracking me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you mentioned there was 17-year-old Madison Schemitz.
Yes, sir.
How old was Spencer Pearson?
At the time, 18 years old.
And do you know how far removed from his 18th birthday he was?
No, sir.
Okay. Fair enough. Did you prepare the arrest warrant affidavit?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. Did you ever come to learn he was born in August?
Through the investigation, I did. Yes, sir.
Okay. And this was June 3rd?
Yes, sir.
So roughly 9 months removed from his 18th birthday?
Yes, sir.
When we watched the video, and let me back up. In your role as lead detective, you're kind of supervising or aware of the overall investigation, even though you may not perform every function. People are keeping you abreast of what happens because you're the lead detective, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. For events like this today where you may have to testify about a case you worked.
Yes, sir.
Now, when we watched that video, when Mr. Pearson came in to park the truck and then relocates it to the, I think you said the east side of Mr. Chubby's?
Yes, sir.
To the south of that area where he parked, to the south end of the business, there's no escape, is there?
No, sir.
Okay. So Mr. Pearson relocated his vehicle from a spot that would have been easier to exit had he wanted to do so than where he ultimately parked the car.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And we saw pictures of blood evidence there. This scene was rather gory, was it not?
Yes, sir.
Okay. 4 people had been stabbed or cut.
Yes.
Are you able to tell whose blood is who arriving at 6 o'clock?
Not at the time, no, sir. Not without seeing them in place.
Okay, so the blood that we saw, it could have been Madison? Could have been, is that a yes?
Yes, sir.
Miss Roget?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Armstrong?
Yes.
Or Mr. Pearson?
Yes.
We don't know.
No, sir.
Because it's true, by virtue of the dispatch, that Mr. Pearson was injured.
Yes, he was.
Did you have an understanding how that injury took place?
Yes, sir.
And I'm
Was-
specifically referring to Mr. Pearson.
Yes. For Mr. Pearson, it was self-inflicted, and even on some of the 911 phone calls, they had stated that he was actively cutting his neck.
And in the investigative reports of which you're familiar,
Yes, sir.
witnesses described
He didn't do a very good job.
slowly and a number of times slicing his throat, correct?
Yes, sir.
Were you aware of the nature of the injuries he ultimately suffered?
No, sir, not at the time.
So he's trying to do a murder-suicide, and he failed at both parts of that component. He failed at both parts. How am I going to reach these kids?
Subsequently, were you able to learn the nature of his injuries?
Not to the extent, but vaguely, knowing that he wasn't able to speak directly after the incident.
Okay. And you were made aware that the cut to his throat impaired his ability to speak?
Yes, sir.
You have knowledge of whether it lacerated his trachea?
I believe it did, but I'm not sure without looking at a report.
Fair enough.
Yes, sir.
responded to, was it Memorial Hospital where Ms. Schemitz was?
Yes, sir.
And Ms. Roget was there?
Yes, she was.
And you conducted a sworn interview of Ms. Roget, did you not?
Yes, sir.
And in that interview, prior to certainly this incident, but even before the breakup between Madison and Mr. Pearson, was it your understanding that Ms. Roget and the Pearson family generally tended to get along?
Yes, yes, sir.
Probably
And
less so now.
Before the relationship ended, Ms. Roget described Mr. Pearson to you before the breakup and the wind down of the relationship.
Yes, sir.
She described to you, and I quote, "And he was a fantastic kid, very polite, great family, picked her up for church on Sundays. He is an introvert, she is not." That's what Ms. Roget told you about Mr. Pearson, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Their opinion has probably been modified somewhat now, I would imagine. But sure, he was introverted and thoughtful, picked her up for church. Probably not getting the best lessons, though, at church, it seems like, though. I don't know, man.
Now, you had described Mr. Pearson taking a seat at that high-top table in the establishment, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, I don't know how well it got captured on that video, but just to round it out in testimony, when you enter the restaurant, there was the table to the left where Madison, Miss Roget, and their friends were seated, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you have to walk up a little bit of steps, I think it's 3 to be exact, to get to the elevated bar area that has bar stools around the bar and high tops located around it as well.
Yes, sir.
And you said that Mr. Pearson took a seat in view of where the ladies were sitting.
He took a seat at a high top table that was in view. Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you ever been to the restaurant?
No, sir. Not inside.
You've never sat at that table?
No, sir. I did not.
In watching the video, you would agree with me that there's not only the wall that is barricaded from the upper bar area, but there's even a little bit of a covered glass partition above that wall.
Yes, sir. Based on the video.
Okay. And the video is captured from the ceiling in the corner.
Yes, sir.
Kind of a bird's eye view of the establishment.
Yes, sir.
But you've never been in and inspected the scene in the interior from the corner where he was sitting behind the wall and behind the divider to determine whether he could see these ladies when he was seated at the high top.
No, sir. I did not.
I'm really not sure why I particularly care about many of these details, particularly since he's pled guilty to the double attempted murder. Did he sit where they could see him or not? I don't really know why we're asking these questions, nor is it particularly material, because he's pled guilty. Let me tell you what really matters. At some point in the evening, he and the victim and the victim's mother and the Good Samaritan wound up together in a conflagration outside in the grass with the stabbing and the knife that he was wielding. You know, really kind of what happened up towards then, not particularly relevant, it seems to me. But okay. But, you know, he may or may not have been sitting where they could see him. Sure. Okay, fine. Why do I care? I don't know. But we're going to talk about it for some reason.
Okay. And so as we sit here today, you really don't know whether he had eye shot while he was seated at that position in the corner behind the dividers or not.
No, sir. Not without sitting in this position.
And you never did that.
No, sir.
Uh-huh. This is informative. Hey, Dr. Berry's here. Yay, Dr. Berry's here. Yeah, Dr. Berry was covering this earlier, and I was so inspired by Dr. Berry covering this that I decided to cover it too, because I felt like it needed some further coverage. So I appreciate Dr. Berry here. And there's a possibility, although she hasn't let me know for sure, but there's a possibility we might be on stream together, because tomorrow at noon Pacific, which is 3 Eastern and therefore 2 my time, the flying guy, remember him? Deobra Reedon or whatever his name was, who flew at the judge. Remember that guy? He's supposed to be sentenced tomorrow at noon Pacific. So Dr. Berry may join me. She can offer compassion. I can offer snark and sardonic remarks. It's a match made in heaven. So tune in perhaps for that. Should be fun.
Presumably, had he looked where he could have seen him.
Yes, sir.
In the video, do you see him looking towards the table when he's walking to the restroom?
Yeah, I don't recall.
When he returns from the restroom, Mr. Pearson that is, he goes around the backside of the bar, correct?
Yes, sir. I believe so.
On the far western end of the interior of the restroom.
Yes, sir.
And he couldn't have seen the table from that vantage point, correct?
I'm not sure without being inside.
And indeed, when he did return to the seat from the restroom and sat down, Ms. Dunn stated you could see the hat of the defendant, top of it.
Yes, sir.
Because even from that bird's eye view in the corner, you couldn't see his face sitting at the high top. You could only see his hat, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in addition to the divider, later in that video, we see a bunch of tall trophies that look like kids winning championships or something, stacked up behind the hostess stand, kind of in the line of sight, if you will, behind the divider, correct? Trophies?
Yes, sir, they're there.
How about the wings? Did you try the wings? Were the wings good? Were the wings really hot? Do you know if the defendant had the really hot wings? Was it because of the spice level of the wings that he did the stabbing? Does the spice level of the wings say, isn't it true that the spice level of the wings on the menu is labeled as murder? Didn't he have the murder flavored wings, detective?
And tragically, we watched these ladies and Mr. Armstrong get injured.
Yes, sir.
Now, when you're assigned the case, and in the modern era generally, isn't it true that law enforcement would like to get access to people's cell phones? It contains a lot of data.
Yes, sir.
A lot of communications.
Yes, sir.
It's a good source of an investigative tool for a lady such as yourself.
Yes, sir.
So undoubtedly, when you're on the scene collecting the property, we've heard about the sharpening stuff.
Yes, sir.
You're looking for Mr. Pearson's cell phone.
Yes, sir.
Did you find it at the scene?
It was not at the scene.
Okay. And the scene, and I'm using that term broadly, Mr. Chubby's, the parking lot, the grass.
Isn't it true that Mr. Chubby's is a wing restaurant? Isn't their motto wings to die for? Dun, dun, dun.
The sidewalk, anywhere in that area, you did not recover a cell phone from Mr. Pearson.
No, sir, we did not.
Now, Mr. Pearson, after he parked the car, as we saw in the video, he never returned to that vehicle, did he? His truck.
No, sir.
That vehicle never left the parking lot until it was seized and taken into custody by your agency, the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office.
Yes, sir.
There was a search warrant obtained for Mr. Pearson's truck.
Yes, sir.
And I don't recall, were you party to the execution of that warrant?
Yes, sir, for the vehicle.
Okay. So when the vehicle was searched, once again, you're probably on the lookout for a cell phone, are you not?
Yes.
Okay. When you searched the vehicle for a cell phone, did you find one?
No, sir.
Okay. And Mr. Pearson, when he was transported from the scene, are you aware how he was transported?
I was not.
Okay. When you weren't made aware that he was life flighted to?
I was made aware that Madison was. I was not at the time made aware that Spencer was.
Were you ultimately made aware that he was life flighted to UF Shands Hospital?
Yes, sir, I am now.
Okay. So as we sit here today, you are aware.
Why does it matter? Who cares? Who cares? Also, because it's self-inflicted injury, who really cares? Did he get there by a helicopter or did he get there by a ambulance? Maybe he got there by a fan boat. Maybe someone put him in the basket of their bicycle and bicycled him over. Maybe he pogo sticked over to the hospital. Why do I care? Does anyone know why I care? If anyone can tell me why I care, please let me know.
That due to the nature of his injuries, he required life flight transportation as well.
Yes, sir.
And just to round that out, when we're talking about life flight, that means a helicopter. He's not in the back of an ambulance. They get him airborne, just as they did Ms. Schemitz, because of the critical nature of their injuries.
Yes, sir.
There was a concern both of those young people were going to die.
Maybe it was a toboggan.
The nature of both.
Wasn't it snowy in Florida?
There was a serious
In the
concern
summer?
that one or both of them may die.
Yes, sir.
It was June in Florida. Maybe he got there by toboggan. What are we doing over here? I don't understand.
Madison, from the injury she sustained at the hands of Mr. Pearson stabbing her, I believe it was approximately 17 times. Is that the final tally on that?
Approximately, but the Dr. Hyde would be able to describe that better.
Understood. And we've described how the injuries to Mr. Pearson were characterized by witnesses, correct?
Yes, sir.
Slowly and several times slicing across the front of his throat.
Yes, sir. In
any event, when Mr. Pearson gets transported to the hospital, UF Shands, They collect all of his property in the course of the transport, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and that property was ultimately turned over to you or one of your colleagues, was it not?
Yes, sir.
Was there a phone there?
No, sir.
So you didn't recover his phone from the scene, his vehicle, and it wasn't taken with him via transport?
No, sir.
Ultimately, the phone was collected, however. Was it not?
Yes, sir, it was.
A search warrant was issued for Mr. Pearson to acquire his phone as well as a computer, correct?
Yes, sir, it was.
And do you know how, or when and where the phone was obtained, Mr. Pearson?
Detective Kapelka, I believe, went and obtained the cell phone and the computer from their residence in Ponte Vedra.
When Detective Kapelka went to the residence with the warrant, Mr. Pearson's father surrendered those items pursuant to the warrant, correct?
He did.
And are you aware of any conversation that may have taken place between Detective Kapelka and Mr. Pearson's father, Dan Pearson?
No, sir, not without reviewing his supplement.
Okay. I have it if we need to, but let me try to cut to the chase.
Sir.
Were you made aware that Mr. Pearson, Dan Pearson, Mr. Pearson's father, had relayed to Detective Kapelka that he had taken the phone from him several days prior?
Yes, sir, I was aware of that.
So it would appear at the time of these crimes that apparently for several days prior, Mr. Pearson did not have any ability to, for lack of a better term, track the movements of Ms. Schemitz.
Yes, sir, based on the phones that the parents had.
Okay. And those are the only phones of which we're aware.
That we're aware, yes, sir.
Now, and you mentioned that there was a partial download.
So I understand why he's trying to do this now. I finally figured it out. I finally figured out why he's asking these questions. Or at least the part about the phone, I figured out why he's asking the questions. Okay, so this is trying to get towards the sophistication of the offense, which is a factor to be used in the potential downward departure. So the defense filed a motion for downward departure from the sentencing recommendations. The sentencing recommendations say 19 years to life. So the judge can pick anything in that range, anywhere from 19 years to life. They pick a number in that range, right? But the defense is all about, how about 12 years instead of 19? And it's like, okay, how do you get there? I'd like a downward departure. Okay, so why can we do a downward departure? Well, one of the factors that goes into the downward departure is the sophistication of the crime. How sophisticated was the crime? The more sophisticated the crime, right, it suggests more planning and more preparation. It's less impromptu. It's less impulsive. It's more planning and preparation. It's more thought out and more, right? So it implies a greater mental capability. So the reason he's asking about the cell phones is because he's trying to imply that it's just pure coincidence that the victim and the defendant were there, and therefore it was not a sophisticated attack. Because he wasn't tracking her, and he didn't go there for the purpose of killing her. It's just a weird quinky dink. They all happened to be at the same place at the same time, and therefore it wasn't sophisticated. That's what he's going for. So I finally figured out why he's asking some of these questions, but okay.
Of Mr. Pearson's phone, so you couldn't get a complete recovery.
Yes, sir.
In that partial download, there was no evidence of him tracking her on June 3rd, 2023, correct?
Yes, sir. There was not.
I'm still not sure about why the ambulance or lack there, why that matters. I still haven't figured out that part. Why did he get there by chopper, or did he get there by ambulance, or did he get there by mounted horse? Or was he pulled in a sleigh? Or did some gnomes take him? I'm not sure why that part matters. I haven't figured that part out. But okay.
And you said you haven't been able to access the phone.
I guess it only matters in so much as it could be suggestive of how much he was trying to hurt himself, which could be potentially, if we're trying to like read this from a defense point of view, we're trying to suggest that it shows remorse, right? It's trying to show remorse, that he realized that he'd done something wrong. Although it doesn't quite work because he apparently was already in a self-harm mood, as we knew from before. So it doesn't really, it's not as suggestive as remorse as it might otherwise be. But I guess that's why he's asking about how he was taken to hospital. He was taken by air ambulance. Therefore, he was really in very serious condition. And it must be because he was sorry and he was remorseful. And so therefore, that's another reason to downward depart. That must be the reason he's asking the question. All right, so I figured out the ambulance question and I figured out the cell phone question. I guess also that goes to why he was sitting where he was or was not. If he couldn't see them because of the divider, right? There was this divider and glass partition, right? So he couldn't see them and he didn't know that she was there. It also would then further ameliorate his ability to plan it. So because he couldn't see her and didn't know she was there, he hadn't formulated a plan. Because he wasn't tracking her on the phone, it wasn't part of a plan. Because he was taken there by air ambulance, it shows he was really serious and wounding himself, which is suggestive of remorse, which is another factor to be used in a downward departure. Okay, so I'm figuring out why these questions are being asked. All right, I figured out why the questions are being asked now. All right, I feel better now, sort of. All right, pressing on.
You didn't have the password.
Yes, sir.
Passcode.
Yes, sir.
Was a request ever made to Mr. Pearson for the passcode?
Don't believe there was one directly made to Mr. Pearson.
Or anyone else on his behalf?
Not that I'm aware of, no, sir.
Was a motion to compel a passcode ever filed to try to penetrate the phone and get the access to its contents?
No, sir.
So you had the phone, and there was potential legal mechanisms to gain access, those just weren't taken?
Yes, sir.
Interesting that they never asked for the passcode. That's interesting.
In addition to Mr. Pearson attempting to take his own life on June 3rd, 2023, you were made aware of, and how were you made aware of his prior attempt at suicide by hanging himself?
Through Madison and Jacqueline.
They were aware of that
Yeah.
circumstance?
Yes, sir, they were.
This guy's going to have a rough time in prison for a while, man. This guy's going to have a rough time in prison for a while. He's going to be on suicide watch. He's going to be in protective custody, which means he's going to be kept in solitary. He's going to be kept in solitary, in protective custody, on suicide watch. He's going to have a rough time in prison for the foreseeable future. Yeah.
Law enforcement make any effort to gain the records of his hospitalization or attempted suicide on that prior occasion?
No, sir, we did not.
I may have one moment. Detective Haas,
Yes, sir.
when we were reviewing that TikTok, I understand that was May 29, 2023,
Yes, sir.
6 days or so prior than the incident.
Yes, sir.
It was a comment, and I'm old, I'm not familiar with TikTok, so if I'm using the wrong vernacular, please set me straight.
Yes, sir.
But it was, the comment was appended to a video, was it not?
Yes.
Did you review the video that the comment was appended to?
No, sir.
Okay, so you don't know what the subject matter of that video was?
No, sir. Due to us not pursuing any threats or harassment charges, there was no follow-up done with the TikTok comment.
Not even to put it in context in what?
No, sir, just based on what Madison had given us and explained to us and what we reviewed.
Very good. Detective Haas, I don't believe I have anything further.
Yes, sir.
Redirect.
There you are.
All right, this witness be excused. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, so that is the end of the detective. I would like to skip to the trauma surgeon. So we're going to skip to that and hear what the trauma surgeon has to say. From
You
the
swear or
hospital.
affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
All right, counsel, you may inquire.
Thank you, Judge. All right, good afternoon, Doctor. Can you go ahead and state your first and last name for us, please?
My first name is Michael. My last name is Heed, spelled H-E-I-D.
And what do you do for a living, sir?
I am a trauma surgeon at Memorial Hospital in Jacksonville, Florida.
How long have you been doing that?
I've been a trauma surgeon in Jacksonville since 2019, and I've been a trauma surgeon since 2020.
Any,
I'm sorry, since 2000. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Any specialty or any specific field of expertise that you complete surgery in?
I completed a board certified in general surgery, and I did a fellowship training in surgical critical care.
All right. And at some point in time, do you remember seeing a patient by the name of Madison Schemitz?
Yes, I do.
And when was that?
According to the records, that was on June 3rd, 2023.
And what were the circumstances of you coming in contact with Ms. Schemitz on that day?
Ms. Schemitz was transported to Memorial Hospital Jacksonville on the evening of June 2003 as a level 1 trauma alert due to sustaining multiple injuries to her chest and back, which were consistent with stab wounds or lacerations.
How long was Madison under your care?
She was admitted to the hospital on June 3rd, and she was discharged on June 12th, which was 10 days total in the hospital.
Did she get to go home at that time?
I believe she was admitted to inpatient rehab upon discharge from the acute care setting or the hospital.
Okay. Now, you had mentioned your primary reason for seeing her were stab wounds. What type of damage was actually done to her body?
Well, she sustained multiple lacerations, which, as per the verbal report from the responding EMS crew, was due to an altercation with a young male, believed to be stab wounds of an unknown object. There were multiple lacerations to her back. During the initial evaluation, as we do from a trauma surgery standpoint, we diagnosed a collapsed lung on the right side, a collapsed lung on the left side, and then there were multiple lacerations to her back, a laceration to her right chest, and also her right upper extremity.
Did she have any broken ribs or any other injuries that you can recall?
I'm not familiar with broken ribs that I saw in regards to the medical records. She did have a thoracic vertebrae number 4 spinous process fracture, and she also had a ligamentum flavum injury. The ligamentum flavum is a ligament. It's fibrous tissue that connects the vertebral bodies together, and that was at the level of the T4, the thoracic vertebrae number 4 level.
Okay, and judge's permission to approach and some of the work. So, Judge, this is marked right now as state's ID A, but I believe we do have a stipulation for it to come in.
Defensive stipulation.
All right, what was previously marked for identification as State's Exhibit A will be received into evidence as State's Exhibit number 1.
I'm just going to ask the published judge.
You may.
Okay, Dr. Heed, I previously sent you 4 photographs. I just want to ask you a couple questions about those photographs, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you see our screen, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so let's talk about these 2 here that you see. What exactly does this depict?
The picture on the left appears to be the laceration that Madison sustained to the right upper extremity.
Okay, and what about the one on the right?
And the one on the right appears to be the laceration she sustained just to the right upper chest area. I think it's just above and to the side of the right breast.
Did either of those photographs that we just showed, did that have to take surgical intervention at any point?
They both had to be surgically repaired in layers, meaning closing the deep layer of the tissues and then closing the skin level. The one on the chest, or the picture on the right, most probably is the laceration that resulted in having a collapsed lung on that side, and therefore we needed to insert a chest tube, or a tube that went into the right pleural cavity, or the space in between the chest wall and the lung, to evacuate air that accumulated in there from a puncture of the lung itself.
Okay. And I'm going to do this. I'm going to ask you the same thing about this, sir. What exactly does this depict?
I'm not really sure. There's definitely a laceration due to the closeness of the picture. I really can't tell the proximity of it, where it's located on the body.
Okay, I'm going to show you one last photo. Or I'm sorry, I have 2 last photos. So this right here is kind of an overview. Is that correct?
Okay, that's a lot of wounds. That is a lot of wounds, and some of them are fairly big. I'm seeing a lot of stabby marks. A lot of stabby marks. Yeah.
That is correct. That is the patient, Madison, in the operating room prior to us doing the surgical repair of those lacerations. She is laying on her left side, so the left of the picture would be where her head is. The right of the picture would be where her waist and feet are. The largest laceration we see there is right around the spine area, and we see multiple lacerations to the back in varying sizes and varying depth.
Okay, and then what does this photo depict?
That would be the post-surgical repair of all those lacerations. So
in some ways, I don't know about you, but in some ways, the post is almost like more horrible than the pre. Like just seeing the size of those sutures and the size of those repairs. I mean, it like, that's a lot. I'm not a doctor or anything, but I'm like, that's a lot, man. That's not good. That's not good, man.
we approximated or brought together the skin and also the tissues underneath in multiple layers, whether we used staples, and some of them we used actually sutures to close those lacerations.
Roughly how many lacerations or stab wounds did you have to have surgical intervention to close?
In looking at the operative report, there was a laceration to the right upper extremity. There was a laceration to the right anterior chest region. There was a laceration to the right axilla region, which is like underneath the armpit area. There was a laceration, and I think there were 9 lacerations to the back that we repaired.
Other than what we talked
So that's
about with
13?
the treatment of those wounds, was there any surgeries or any other treatment, life-saving measures that Madison had to undergo?
So Madison also underwent surgery by the neurosurgeon who on June 4th operated on her and performed a thoracic vertebrae number 4 laminectomy and traumatic dural repair. A laminectomy is removing part of the bone of the vertebral body, that being the lamina, usually to decompress the spinal cord area because of fluid that builds up. And then
She had part of her spine removed. Yeah, that's not good.
And there is a lining around the spinal cord called the dura, which is a fibrous tissue that was lacerated, and that had to be surgically repaired so that the cerebral spinal fluid could stay within that spinal cord area and not actually leak out.
The injuries that Madison sustained that you became aware of, whether it be through your surgeries or through the files or the medical records for Madeline once she got into your care, would you consider any of those injuries life-threatening?
Yes, I would.
A little bit.
And what were some of those?
The one that was the most concerning was, from a life-threatening issue, was the stab wound to a laceration to her right chest. It collapsed the lung to where air built up in the chest cavity, and when we inserted a chest tube into that pleural space, we had a rush of air come out of the chest cavity, which kind of goes with the fact that was under some tension. So she could have progressed to what's called a tension pneumothorax, to where so much air builds up in that chest cavity that it actually compresses the blood supply, meaning going back to the heart, and therefore you can have a cardiac arrest if that is not appropriately treated.
Was there any concern of paralysis for Madison, sorry?
Yeah, so when we did our initial evaluation in the trauma resuscitation suite, Madison had areas of her body from below the thoracic vertebrae number 4, which when looking at the body on a male is right at the nipple line. On a female, it corresponds to the area just what is called the inframammary fold, or where the breast tissue and the lower part of the breast tissue actually comes into contact with the chest. So right at that level, Madison had patchy areas of where she could actually feel some things, but not feel a lot of things. So loss of sensation from the nipples down to her toes. And she had no motor function from below that T4 level, meaning that there was paralysis there initially on our examination.
So she was initially paralyzed below her breast fold down from the attack. So it kind of severe. That would be the kind of thing that we in the legal community call grievous bodily harm. There's that.
What, if anything, can you speak to for Madison's recovery moving forward? Any effects with the paralysis long term? What would you expect to see?
Well, when we initially evaluated her and when the physical medicine and rehab physician evaluated her while still in the acute care setting in the hospital, but after the surgeries, she was leveled as what's called an ASIA 4. ASIA is an acronym, it's ASIA. It stands for the American Spinal Injury Association, and we can grade spinal cord injuries in regards to how people are functioning with that injury. And it looks at the sensation that you have. In other words, can you feel somebody touching you in an area where there's a potential injury, and whether or not you have motor function. So it's looking at both sensory function and motor function. Madison was graded as an ASIA B. So the ASIA score goes from A to E, with A being no function and no motor or sensory at all, and E is normal function. So she was a B, which meant she had spotting areas where she could feel some things, but a majority of her body she could not have the sensation of touch, although the nipple line or the injury line. And then initially she had no motor function below the nipple line either, or the T4 level.
All right, one moment, sir.
That didn't really answer the question, by the way.
You're welcome.
The question was, what is her prognosis going forward? That didn't really answer the question. Oh, well.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Dr. Heath.
Good afternoon.
And you had described what the conditions of Ms. Schemitz were at the time she presented and then was transferred to Brooks. Do you know what her status is today or her prognosis for recovery is as we are in the courtroom today?
So to answer those two questions, I do not know what her status is today. I have not examined Madison since she left the hospital. I did see her walk through her graduation pictures, so I know she's ambulating to some extent. In regards to future recovery, we do know, and again, I'm not a specialist in physical medicine and rehab, so this is just speaking out of what I know from the textbooks, that as an ASIA B injury, that you can progress and improve to an ASIA D level in about 40% of the cases. And ASIA D means that about half of your muscles or half the major motor muscle functions will have a muscle strength greater than a grade 3. A grade 3 muscle strength is that you can overcome your muscle movement to gravity, meaning that I can pick up my arm off my desk against gravity, but if I have some type of resistance there, I may not be able to do it. So a muscle strength of grade 3 is moving your extremities to gravity only. So we do know that about 40% of the cases with an initial ASIA B can improve to an ASIA D with some time.
Okay. But specifically as to her status today, you're unaware?
That is correct, sir.
I have nothing further.
Any redirect?
Nothing, Judge.
Thank you very much, Doctor. You can log off at this time.
Thank you all, appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. So she has some hope, but of mixed degree. Let's see. Now we are going to go ahead and skip to. Let's see. Where shall we skip to? So we heard from the detective who laid out the case. We could watch the neurologist, but the neurologist was on the stand for a long time. So let's not watch the neurologist. Let's watch. We'll watch the defendant's mother, who was injured in the attack as a victim. So she was part of the conflagration. So we'll watch her. Armstrong was on the stand for about 20 minutes. So we'll watch the mother, we'll watch Armstrong, and then we'll watch the defendant's statement. I think that's fair. We'll watch the victim's plural statements. So we'll skip to watching the mother. Yeah.
Stephen, you're with us.
Thank you. Just put this on. Is your podium? Oh, okay. Crazy. Okay. Okay. All right. For the record, ma'am, just state your name real quick.
Jacqueline Roger.
And you're Madison's mother, obviously, right?
Yes.
Before you read your statement, I want you to inform the court of the injuries that you sustained that day. And then I'm going to display a few pictures.
Okay.
Go.
One in my head, from here to here. One on my hand that cut both tendons of my thumb and broke my bone and cut the muscles away from my palm. And then a couple more small ones on my hand. And then one on my leg that's like 9 inches maybe on my thigh.
Did you have to have hand surgery?
I did.
And did all of your wounds require stitches and sutures?
They did.
And I'm displaying on the screen 2 of your more severe injuries. Is this you shortly after the incident?
Yes.
And I believe you still have a scar on your forehead.
Yeah, that's again, not necessarily a medical expert, but that's a pretty serious gash you got on your forehead there, woman. That is a pretty serious wound in your forehead area. Yeah.
Although they did a pretty good job in fixing that. Is that right?
Thank you.
And then is this
Yep.
your hand injury?
That's not good.
And are those just photographs of your legs as well?
My knees were like scraped really deep, and the tops of my feet were.
That's
You had
not
shorts on that
good.
day, correct?
Yes.
Okay. From where you kind of were in the sidewalk area there?
Yes.
Near the grass? Okay. All right, Ms. Roger, if you have a statement, I know you want to read that.
My name is Jacqueline Roger, and I'm the extremely proud mother of Madison Schemitz. First, I'd like to thank you, Your Honor, for all your time with this.
Whoever repaired this woman is a miracle worker, though. At least from here, I can't see. I mean, I can barely see scarring. I mean, there's a little bit. It's like slightly discolored, but damn, man. I mean, she healed up. She healed up well. I was like, I can see the discoloration on her skin, but you know, if you're not like really looking for it, you could easily miss it, to be honest. Shit.
Case, I imagine your job to be extremely difficult. Looking at all these images and evidence I know is awful. My family truly appreciates you. Thank you, Kennedy, for saving my daughter's life. I cannot ever express how much you mean to me and my family. You are the epitome of what a man should be, and I'm grateful for your parents for raising such a superhuman. I love you all beyond measure. Thank you to our amazing first responders who then kept Madison alive. You guys are a family now, and we love you all so deeply. From that day and every day forward, you have all been incredible. To the Memorial Trauma Team and Neuro Team for being so amazing and taking care of my daughter like she was your own. That day at most times is a blur, and you all work together so diligently, and we owe you our lives, literally. My family and I are eternally grateful. Brooks Rehab Hospital, inpatient and outpatient. I'll never be able to express my gratitude enough. Madison has made tremendous gains with your help and support. Thank you to all of our friends and community for rallying around us and helping us through the worst time anyone can imagine, and you're still here rallying. I would never have survived that first week without my friends and my family, let alone the last year and a half. So thank you all, and for your continued support and prayers. Thank you to the State Attorney's Office of R.J. Larissa. So many of you have worked on this case to see it through, and I appreciate you guys so much. To the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office, you all are an amazing team of incredible people, and our community is so lucky to have you all protecting us. Without the support and love from you all, we wouldn't be where we are today. There's so many to name individually, from Sheriff Hardwick, his wife Kendall, Detective Haas, Deputy Stewart, the list goes on, believe me. But Lieutenant Harrigan stands out. You have been Madison's person. You're always there for her, which makes me feel so blessed. Thank you for being fabulous. I feel so much safer knowing that she has this team on her side. And I want to stress all of this so you, Spencer, know who Madison's people are, who has her back, and that you'll never get to her ever again. I cannot believe I ever loved you, and I worried about you, and I genuinely thought you were a good kid. What a fool I was, and I have to figure out how to get over that guilt that I have. You're evil, and that's that. You handed Madison a life sentence on June 3rd, 2023, and it only seems fitting that you get the same. While Madison has been very private with her recovery, I have to watch my daughter struggle every night and day because of you. Struggle to breathe because her lungs were collapsed because of you. Struggle to maintain her oxygen through two huge pneumothorax in her chest because of you. Struggle to sit up because of you. Struggle to brush her own teeth because of you. Then to struggle to gain mobility back after being stabbed in her spinal cord, causing paralysis because of you. Struggle every day to regain the independence she lost because of you. You have no idea how much pain you've caused my family, and you never will. You're a horrible person. I lost time with my children because of you. Time I'll never get back. My poor boys had to spend an entire summer without me, and then the entire next year of my time was still consumed with Madison's recovery. You've stolen from my whole family, and that's unforgivable. I have full-time anxiety and fear because of you. Madison is extremely strong and will not let anything stop her, especially you. So she will still have a beautiful life that she will fight for, despite your efforts to take that away. The only thing that separates you from a cold-blooded murderer is that you were stopped by Kennedy. You don't deserve to breathe the same air as someone as amazing as Madison, and I hope you spend the rest of your life knowing that. I've watched everyone in my family struggle because of you. I used to be happy and social, and now I'm medicated just to leave my house. I used to see the good in everyone, and now I expect the worst and worry nonstop what could happen or what people's intentions are. I've watched all my children have terrible nightmares and struggle with their own PTSD. I haven't slept more than 4 hours in a year and a half. I wonder how you sleep every day, and I wonder how your parents sleep. This isn't fair, and I'm not as strong as Madison, and I'm not recovering quite as beautiful as she is. I shouldn't be in fear every day, every minute for my kids' lives. You did this. You don't deserve to ever be free to instill more fear on me or my children. I'm forever scarred because of you. We all are. I live in constant fear of dying and leaving Madison to worry about a day you're free and I'm not there to save her. That is not fair. None of this is. I spent her entire senior year sitting in my car in the senior lot just in case, because of you. You're a monster. I pray for my family's peace, and I pray for you and your family to have the lives you deserve. Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else?
State calls Robbie Cristetta.
Okay, so that was the victim impact statement from the mother. We're now going to listen to the victim impact statement of Kennedy Armstrong, the Good Samaritan bystander, who intervened and isn't being charged with a crime for a change. How nice. How nice. The Good Samaritan is not being charged with a crime. Okay, so let's listen to his victim impact statement.
Raise your your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Mr. Armstrong, before you read your statement, your name, Kennedy Armstrong, and did you know the Madison Schemitz's family prior to June 3rd, 2023?
No, I did not.
Okay. And could you describe, just so the court's aware, it's displayed on the screen there, but the injury that you succumbed is visible, but what happened and what's the long-term damage from that injury?
Severe nerve damage. My ulnar nerve was cut in half. My artery was also severed. Tendons, everything else cut up as well.
You have mobility issues with, I think, one of your fingers?
Yeah, the pinky's still a little wanky.
Okay.
I'm working on that still.
Okay. And prior...
Yeah, so some damage to his hand. Stabbed in the right hand. 3 to 4 surgeries. He was a carpenter, not so much with the carpentry now because he no longer has full control of his hand. So, yeah. So, didn't work out great for him.
So June 3rd, what was your occupation?
I've worked at a restaurant. I was also doing some carpentry work as well. I can no longer do the carpentry.
You can no longer do carpentry? Okay, so you're going to pursue a different avenue of employment?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. I know you have a statement if you want to go ahead and read that.
Thank you for your time, Your Honor. Out of respect to the court, Madison, and Miss Jackie, I'm not going to say everything I feel. This guy could not handle a breakup and proceeded to plan the murder of Madison. His acts intended to leave a family grieving while he took the cowardly way out. A man who could not handle a breakup decided to take the time to stalk, stab, and try to kill a young woman. Doing so impacted many lives, families, friends, and those in our community. Laying the trauma in one unit of Shands on the night of June 3rd, 2023 left me with many thoughts. First being, are those women alive? Second being, why did this happen? Third, will my hand ever work again? I had my hand essentially cut in half, skin flapping, seeing your own bones, along with your own blood spewing from a severed artery was something most can't imagine.
Yeah, that'll get my attention.
Every single breath to ensure I wasn't losing any more blood than I already had. All while separating myself to make sure our amazing first responders got to Madison and Miss Jackie first. God bless the first responders. Laying in the trauma unit that night, all I was praying for was the help of Madison and Miss Jackie. After 9 hours of being in the main trauma unit, I finally got my own room. I thought that would bring a chance of sleep. However, that did not. I kept praying for the woman, whom at the time I did not know, and also refusing to close my eyes because every time I did, I saw the stabbings again, including the cowardly act he did to himself. Ironically, the only reason you're still alive today. I continue to see and feel these thoughts every day. You planned this, you knew what you were doing, and thanks to God, you failed. You failed at your planned murder attempts, you failed at your own suicide, and you will remain a failure until you see God and he sends you to the devil. Madison and Miss Jackie's road to recovery has been something I wouldn't wish upon anybody, except you. To close things out, you thought you were going to kill people that day, but instead you blew on an amber that sparked a fire inside of Madison, and that fire wouldn't continue. God bless the court. I know the proper sentencing will unfold.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, well, that was short and to the point. And finally, we're going to hear from Madison, who testifies for quite a while. So we're going to hear from the girlfriend for quite a while. So this is going to take a second, but let's watch her testimony.
You okay? Go ahead and have a seat. If you'll raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir. Make sure mine a little bit. I know you're loud. State your name for the record first for me.
Madison Schemitz.
Okay, Madison. Before you speak today, did you provide a compilation video that outlines your recovery and essentially what you've been through the last year and a half?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I'm going to publish that at this time.
Any objection?
I've seen the video, so. No objection, Your Honor.
All right. You may publish.
911, what's the address of your emergency?
Somebody just got stabbed right in front of Chubby's. This boy has just stabbed a girl.
You guys need to come quick.
We need an ambulance.
You don't have to be scared.
17-year-old man
Schemitz, Madison Schemitz.
was stabbed 15 times in the attack.
Outside Mr. Chubby's in Ponte Vedra on Saturday.
The attack also sent her mother and a good Samaritan to the hospital.
Madison suffered a spinal cord injury.
She is now paralyzed from the chest down.
Yeah. That's a lot of scarring, man. I can move my foot. That's a start. No audio that I have. I have no audio. Apparently there's no audio. Either that or Court TV muted it, one of the two. But I have no audio. But you get the gist from watching it. I mean, scenes of her recovery, scenes of her therapy. Yeah, Court TV muted it for copyright notices. Maybe. But we can watch it anyway. Man, that's some extensive therapy, man. You know? Well, we're going to watch it. We'll watch it in silence. I don't really have much to say about it. I mean, it is what it is. You see a girl going through therapy, slowly but surely. Good for her. She's doing pretty well, man. I have to say, you know, she seems like she's come pretty far in a year and a half. Again, not a doctor, but it seems like she's doing pretty well. That's my layman's opinion. And there she is, walking at graduation. Very good. Very cool. With a limp, but she's making it. Yep. She's making it. Good for her. Good for her.
Madison, whenever you're ready. Good afternoon. My name is Madison Schemitz. Your Honor, I'd like to begin by saying thank you. Thank you for your time and commitment these last 538 days. Thank you for taking this matter so seriously and for working the incredibly difficult job you do. It is truly admirable and beyond appreciated. I'd also like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak this afternoon after months of having to remain silent and unheard of by both the defendant and his family. Before I begin, I'd like to preface this statement by explaining just how incredibly difficult this is. To not only set my pride aside, but to vulnerably open up in front of this courtroom, the defendant and his family is difficult. I say this because throughout this process, I've carried myself with grace, and truthfully, I have not opened up in front of others the way I'm about to. I say I am setting my pride aside because truthfully, I do not believe the defendant nor his family deserve to hear any of the negative ways this experience has impacted me, let alone get to hear all of the positive things I've done after it.
I really feel that. It's like, I'm not sure I've ever really heard that thought expressed before, but it's like, you don't deserve to hear the bad things that happened to me nor the good. It's like, I feel that. It's like on whatever level that you might feel happy that you've caused some suffering, because it feels like maybe you get off a little bit from suffering, which sounds a little bit like, yeah, what's happening to me. It's like, you don't deserve to hear my suffering, and you certainly don't deserve to hear me how I'm happy or how I've been made good about it. So I'm going to put aside my pride and say it anyway to let you know, or let the court know. It's like, I feel that, man. It's like, I'm never really sure I've heard that idea expressed that way, but you know, I feel like I get it, at least partially. It's like, yeah, I feel that a little bit. All right, cool.
I've thought about this day, this moment, this statement every single day for the last 538 days. 538. 538 days of living in true torment. 538 days that, regardless of the circumstances, always had the same dark cloud looming over. 538 days of constantly reliving the trauma the defendant put me through. Your Honor, I say 538 as that is how many days it has been since June 3rd, 2023. But the truth is, the torment, the dark cloud, and the trauma I've endured dates back much further than June 3rd.
Yep.
As a then 16-year-old high school girl, I deserve to live the life that many 16-year-old girls do. I deserve the opportunity to form relationships with whomever I wanted. I deserve the opportunity to be happy in these relationships. I deserve to feel safe in these relationships. I deserve to be treated the way I know I deserve to be treated. I deserve the opportunity to learn and grow from these relationships, and most importantly, I not only deserved, but had every right to remove myself from a relationship that, instead of making me feel happy and safe, dragged me down in every way. My trauma truly starts from within my relationship with the defendant, even prior to June 3rd, 2023. Throughout the barely 6 months I was in a relationship with him, I had felt stripped of everything I knew I truly deserved. I knew not only did I not feel happy, I felt suffocated, trapped, manipulated, and controlled. I knew that the relationship was giving me far less than what I deserved. As someone who truly takes pride in the human they know they are, I knew I had every right to put myself first and leave a relationship. Yet what no 16-year-old girl deserves is to experience fear while ending a relationship. But once again, I was that 16-year-old girl who was forced to experience that fear. One date that specifically comes to mind in the days following the end of the relationships is April 4th, 2023. Not even 24 hours after the breakup, the stalking began. As I innocently sat in a Davis Park parking lot with a few friends after a softball game, the defendant decided to show up. Not only did he show up uninvited, he showed up unannounced and unwarranted. In that moment was the first moment I had felt that fear. I knew I did not deserve to fear. As I began pulling out of my parking space to head home was when I had noticed the defendant's appearance. I rolled down my window and asked him what he was doing, as he responded with the same question. I told him I had been sitting there talking with friends. I proceeded to then ask him if I could call him when I arrived home, as I felt an overwhelming sense of uneasiness being alone, late at night, in a dark parking lot with only the defendant. I then pulled out of Davis Park and began driving home. I vividly remember the defendant tailing my car in a way I knew he never did. The feeling of fear grew stronger and stronger each second of that drive home. Feeling the way I did, I purposely took a different route home than I normally would have taken so that I would pass the defendant's neighborhood. As I drove past, I hoped he would put on his blinker and make that left-hand turn in to go home, but by no surprise, he didn't.
He continued to follow me. Feeling unsafe and unsure of what to do, I turned into the closest parking lot, knowing I absolutely did not want him to follow me home. Ironically enough, I pulled into the same plaza that Mr. Chubby's Wings is located. I began texting the defendant, begging for him to stop following me, and very clearly telling him that he was scaring me. Still scared and unsure of what to do, I called one of my best friends who I knew was awake. I called her and explained to her what was going on, how I was feeling, and how I was unsure of what to do. This was when she told me to come to her house. As I drove through the plaza with the defendant still making every turn I did, still tailing my car, I decided to go to my friend's house. I pulled out of the plaza onto A1A, driving in the opposite direction of both my house and his, and headed to her home. I continued to tell the defendant to go home and told him I had to deliver a science packet to my friend. Yet he did not turn around, nor did he go home. He proceeded to demand for me to go home and inform me that he knew that that wasn't on my agenda for tonight, and that I need to be home after my game, and that was my agenda. He continued to follow me up until I turned into her neighborhood, and I watched as he went into the gas station right beside and sat there for some time. The moment I pulled into her driveway, panicked and shaking, I saw her, and that was the first moment I felt some sort of relief and some sense of safety, knowing her parents were right inside and were aware of what was happening. After sitting in her driveway for some time, talking through what had just happened, I knew the defendant had finally gone home, and I finally felt comfortable enough to head home myself. Speaking to the defendant following his actions that night was frightening, upsetting, and frankly all over the place. His reasoning as to why he followed me home changed every time, whether it was making sure I got home, wanting to see if I was doing something behind his back, or just so happened to be going home that way anyways. I believe that night speaks volumes about the defendant and his behavior following the end of the relationship. With this incident being not even 24 hours after the breakup, the 2 months following remained equally as torturous and frightening, as the stalking did not stop there, it had only just begun. Feeling that same fear every single time I wanted to leave the house is not something a 16-year-old girl deserves. Having to be hyper aware of my surroundings every single day in fear that he would show up of where I was yet again is not something a 16-year-old girl deserves, let alone not something she should ever have to be worried about.
Yeah, I'll take a pause here just to discuss broader legal issues as it relates to like stalking and restraining orders, because this is obviously challenging for law. Right, because we have these principles like innocent till proven guilty, and we have principles even like it's better that 10 guilty men go free than one innocent person go to prison, right? So we have these ideas that are built into law, and it's obviously very serious if the government is acting, because if the government is acting, they are the one depriving you of your rights, and that's where your guarantees are. Your guarantees are that the government are not going to deprive you of your rights, right? That's your constitutional guarantees. And so if the government is going to act against somebody to put in place a restraining order, like it's like, okay, so there's obviously a policy debate that's sort of at the core of that. That's like, well, how much do you need to put in place a restraining order? Now, a restraining order isn't the same thing as going to prison, but it is more restrictive than nothing. So it's like, well, how do you compare the restriction of a restraining order compared to, for example, prison? Like how severe of a penalty is that, or how severe of an imposition is that compared to, for example, compared to prison? I mean, it's not zero. I mean, it's something, right? So it's some sort of problems that comes with its own issues. And, you know, how much evidence do you need, and when do you need it, and when don't you? And so there's a real challenge that's at play there as we try to figure out where that balance is. And we saw the balance really sort of skew one direction as a response to Me Too. And then we saw a lot of backlash as a response to Me Too, because, well, people were like, oh, you know, believe women. It's like, oh, that was an idea. So it's like, okay, so for a while it's like, oh, we're going to really believe women. Well, we saw what the negative implications of that are, right? So if you just take the victim's word for it, right, you can see the erosion of due process and any number of problems. So it's like, I don't need to recount those for you. So it's like, it's not as simple as believing victims, and it's not as simple as, nothing's simple. Everything's complicated. So, you know, and when is it enough? And how do you know it's enough? And when do you act, and when don't you act? I mean, we don't want to convict people of pre-crime, right? We don't want to convict people of pre-crime, so we don't want to act before people act. But it's like, well, how do you, and when do you intervene? So, you know, this is not to like negate. Now we know after the fact, of course, we know after the fact how it ultimately panned out. But of course you can't know that at the time. You don't know that at the time, how it's going to pan out. You don't know whether or not this is like just some sort of juvenile behavior. You don't know how serious it is. You don't know how serious it's going to be. So you can't really you can only make decisions based on what you knew at the time. So I just thought I'd, take a moment to sort of talk about that, because there's the rights, the rights of the potential victim, and there's also rights of the potential perpetrator. The perpetrator has rights too. So how you balance those considerations is obviously challenging, and when enough is challenging. And so I don't know that the law could have or even should have intervened at an earlier stage. It's challenging. So I just thought I'd spend a moment talking about that, because I think it's a very interesting exploration, and your disposition about where certain balances should be, I think is very interesting. So pressing on.
Those 2 months following the breakup were torture. Those 2 months I was put in a position by the defendant where I felt scared, worried, and constantly threatened, but I was never prepared for were the fears to come alive. June 3rd, 2023 was without a doubt the absolute worst, most traumatic day of my life, and I remember every single second of it. As a 17-year-old teenage girl, on a Saturday in the summer, my day started as any other day would have for me. I had one of my best friends I met through softball in town to spend the weekend. We had stayed up late and woke up early, excited for the plans we had made for that day. Once we woke up, we got ready to go to the beach. That day was windy and almost cold for it being a Saturday in June. After some time being there, we both got cold and decided we would leave the beach and go join our moms and brothers at my community pool. We got there just before 1:30 and hung out for a while, simply just enjoying time together, as these were friends we did not get to see often. During this week in June, the Women's College Softball World Series was happening. Eventually, we decided we would go get something to eat and watch the games happening that day. This decision, unknowingly, became my life or death decision, and I had no clue. I remember going home sometime between 2:10 and 2:50 to change out of our bathing suits and get ready to go to Mr. Chubby's Wings. And by 2:53, my friend and I were in the car blasting California Girls by Katy Perry on the way to the restaurant. I remember sitting at the stoplight, leaving my neighborhood, and texting both our moms asking if they would come with us. I remember my mom responding saying, "You just want me to pay for your food," which, although may have been true, I had this feeling that they just had to be there. And to this day, I am still unable to fully explain why I felt so strongly about wanting them to come with us. My friend and I arrived at the restaurant a little bit before our moms did, and as I walked in, the defendant came to mind. I entered the restaurant and looked around to make sure he was not there before we sat down to eat, as I knew I had previously run into him there within those 2 months. Once I realized he wasn't there, we sat down to eat and began to watch the Oklahoma-Tennessee game. At 3:43, the defendant pulled into the parking lot. At 3:47, the defendant walked into the restaurant and knowingly walked right past me. By 4:15, the defendant had gotten up and walked past us to make his presence known. At 4:15 was when my mother and I both noticed his presence. At 4:15 was when that same fear set in. After going back and forth on what to do, we paid our check and decided to leave the restaurant. At 4:28, myself, my mom, my friend, and her mom all stood up and walked out. Never in a million years did I think that I would never end up making it to my car. I remember walking to the parking lot, texting a friend back, and taking a picture of the defendant's truck. I did this knowing I had to continue to keep track of the defendant's behaviors and appearances for the restraining order we were in the process of trying to obtain. I remember finally reaching my car and hearing my mother scream. Knowing my mother, I could hear her fear. I could hear that whatever was happening was not good. This was when, at 4:30 p.m. on June 3rd, 2023, I turned around and saw the defendant running towards me faster than I had ever seen him run before. Not knowing what was coming next, I turned and attempted to go in the opposite direction. This was when the defendant had grabbed me. I hit the ground and began feeling the attack. I remember being on my hands and knees, begging for the defendant to get off me, with my screams slowly becoming more and more silent. I remember staring at the ground, my thoughts being muffled by my mother's constant scream. The scream that had first alarmed me did not stop throughout the entirety of the attack, and frankly, I can still hear it to this day. I remember hoping for the pain to stop and feeling my mom pulling him off of me. I remember finally being let go and falling to the ground because at that point, my body had been paralyzed. Little did I know that me being let go in that moment meant my mom was now being made another victim of the attack. I remember laying there with my eyes closed, blacking out until the defendant began stabbing me again. Your Honor, a 17-year-old girl should not know the feeling of getting stabbed. Your Honor, I should not have to remember the feeling of my body being inflicted with a knife over and over again. I remember feeling an impact against my mother, the defendant, and I, which was the moment Kennedy Armstrong had ultimately saved our lives. I remember finally opening my eyes but still being unable to see. I remember asking my mom to get off of me because she was now actively bleeding onto my face and into my eyes. I remember finally realizing I had been stabbed and that I could no longer feel my legs. I remember the moment I realized I was paralyzed. I remember struggling to breathe and formulate words. I remember telling my mom I could not feel my legs, to which she responded it was okay and everything would be okay. But I could hear in her voice that it wasn't okay. She didn't know if it would be okay and just how scared she was. I remember her words to the defendant. I remember her calling the defendant's mom, Tanya, and her informing her on what her child had just done. I remember looking up and around and realizing that suddenly there was a crowd of people surrounding us. I remember looking up and to my left, to which I watched as the defendant just a few feet away pathetically slit his own throat. I remember making eye contact with the man in the crowd of people and begging him to make sure the defendant could not and would not get up, as I was scared the attack wasn't over. I remember his response ultimately assuring me that the defendant was no longer conscious or physically able to get up. I remember my mom still panicked and holding one of my 17 stab wounds closed. I remember numerous people trying to help keep me alive. I remember numerous people begging for me to stay awake. I remember that despite how chaotic, loud, and full of people the scene was, it was still so quiet. I remember feeling alone in my thoughts, unsure of what would come next, but knowing I just had to stay awake. I remember that despite every fear racing through my head, feeling calm through the chaos. I remember my friend's mom, Casey, on the phone with 911, saying how she knew that they were on the way, but still did not hear or see the lights and sirens. In this moment, those 4 minutes between the attack and the first responders showing up were the slowest 4 minutes of my life.
4-minute response time is amazing, but when you've been stabbed, like this is where the concealed carry people like to pop in. Like, you know, when second counts, the police are a minute away. It's like the average response time for like a tier 1 call, I think, is something like 8 or 9 minutes. A 4-minute response time is amazing. But, you know, when you've just been stabbed and are bleeding out, a lot can happen in 4 minutes. So, yeah.
Though in that moment I was terrified, I thought in my head that if I just stay awake until I hear those sirens, I would be okay. As soon as I heard those sirens, I felt some sense of relief knowing help was there. I remember finally seeing them with my own eyes, my clothes being cut off and being lifted off my mom's lap and onto the stretcher when my vision had disappeared again. I remember finally being set down and groaning in pain, still unable to feel or move my legs, and my ability to breathe getting worse and worse. I remember looking up and recognizing a deputy I had met on the scene of a friend's car accident months prior. Once I saw her eyes, I had finally felt comfort. I remember telling her that I was so scared, and her words back were, "You don't have to be scared. I trust these people with my life, and you should too. You're going to get everything worked out. You're going to be okay, honey." These words, in this moment, coming from someone I remembered and trusted, whether she believed them or not, both reassured me and provided me the comfort I so badly needed. These words let me believe that I would be okay, that I would survive, and that I just had to trust what came next. I remember being taken from the sidewalk and into the ambulance. I remember laying there in the ambulance in so much pain, unable to breathe and still so scared. I remember answering all the questions asked, correcting the paramedics on their assumptions, and telling myself repeatedly that I had no choice but to fight to survive.
Correcting the paramedics.
I remember praying and telling myself that I had to survive. If not for me, for everyone in my life I knew would not be okay through my death. I remember begging God to live. I remember telling myself that I could not close my eyes, as I was terrified that if I did, I would never open them again. I remember listening to the paramedics talking amongst themselves about what to do, and waiting as the helicopter arrived. I remember hearing the helicopter arrive and being transferred from the ambulance to inside the helicopter. I remember the oxygen mask, the neck brace, and the headphones get put on me. I remember that because of the neck brace, the headphones didn't fully cover my ears. I remember the sounds from the helicopter. I remember the loud sounds from the helicopter, yet the world was still so silent. I remember my stretcher being tilted backwards to keep the blood in my head. I remember time moving so slowly. I remember being unable to speak or hear, but so badly needing to know what was happening. I remember limply waving my hand in the air to hopefully get a life-flight medic's attention, and once I did, he removed one ear of my headphones. I asked him how much longer until we arrived at the hospital. I remember him telling me just a few more minutes and putting my headphones back on me. Just a few more minutes. Those few minutes were in slow motion. Those few minutes still full of so much fear. I remember finally landing and being taken inside Memorial Hospital's trauma bay. I remember laying there all alone with no familiar faces as the doctors and nurses fought to save my life. I remember being poked and prodded and just lying there wide awake listening. I remember holding a nurse's hand until she had to assist those around her. I remember somehow finding her hand yet again and just holding on to it. I remember having an allergic reaction to one of the medications given to me. I remember being told to try and move my toes, to which I still couldn't. I remember staring directly at the trauma surgeon's eyes as he sliced my side open and inserted a tube into my chest to help me breathe.
That's got to be one hell of a sharp memory. It's like if you can remember that, it's like you remember the surgeon cutting your side open to insert a tube into where your lungs should be. Yeah. I mean, if you can remember that happening, it's like that's got to be a pretty poignant memory. Holy shit.
I remember not screaming nor making any noise, just simply staring and watching as the chaos unfolded around me. I remember finally my mom limping into my room covered in blood and kissing me on the forehead. I remember the feeling that gave me as the last time I had seen her, we were both bleeding out on a sidewalk. I remember the feeling of being able to tell her I loved her again because as I was taken off her lap, I didn't get the chance to. I remember telling her that she looked like a hot mess and her telling me
Based. I might be bleeding out. I might be paralyzed. But I still got enough in me to razz my own mom. You look like a hot mess, Mom. Outstanding.
everything would be okay, but this time with less panic in her voice. I remember her finally leaving as I had to be rushed into life-saving surgery. I remember exiting the trauma bay and seeing one of my high school softball coaches. I remember her assuring me that I would be okay and that if anyone could do this, I could. I remember her telling me that she loved me and that when I woke up, they would all be there. I remember leaving and finally getting to the operating room. I remember them going to put me to sleep and telling me to count down from 10. I began to count 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, and by the time I got to 6, I began to feel myself going to sleep, which was when I began to panic again. After fighting so hard to stay awake, feeling myself going to sleep and not being able to control it scared me in more ways than I could ever explain. I had that same fear that if I closed my eyes, I would never wake up again. Despite the panic, I eventually fell asleep, and once I woke up, I remember being alone in a hospital bed, freezing, thirsty, and desperately needing chapstick. A nurse had come over bringing me ice chips and a strawberry-flavored chapstick. I remember eventually
Who knew chapstick was such a salve? You may have been stabbed, you may be paralyzed, but what I really need is some chapstick. Oh man, chapsticks got themselves a new marketing campaign. Holy shit. Oh Lord.
Being taken out of that room and brought for a scan. I remember laying there in a dark hallway with two men listening to the screams of another trauma patient brought in that night. I remember being put into the scan and finally feeling calm. I finally was able to close my eyes and rest after the torture my body was just put through. I remember listening to the sounds of the machine, unable to move and just sleeping. I finally was taken out of the machine and brought to see my family. They took me up to the floor my mom was on and wheeled me to her doorway. I remember being greeted by smiles from my parents, two of my brothers, both of my coaches, and a friend's mom. I remember seeing through their smiles and realizing just how distraught, scared, and overall devastated they all were. It was heartbreaking. I remember looking at my mom, smiling, and once again telling her she looked like a hot mess. This comment had made everyone let out small laughter, which I like to believe reassured them that I was alive and I had made it through. I remember them all hugging me and holding my hand until they brought me into my own room. My coaches and friends' mom had come with me, and I begged them for a phone as I did not have mine. In my head, I had to make sure all my friends and loved ones knew that I was alive. After I had finally been given one, it was quickly taken from me, and I was told to rest. I laid there, unable to rest, until finally my older brother had arrived from South Florida. Seeing him and having him there finally made me feel safe. Now, it was just him and I attempting to get some rest until more surgeons, probably around 4 or 5 in the morning, had walked into the room. These surgeons had then informed me that I had a blood clot traveling up my spine, which I would need emergent surgery for, yet again. I remember one of the surgeons telling me that sometimes these These blood clots and this trauma can be a reason for temporary paralysis. This gave me a sense of hope. I remember asking them if we could call my mom from the room over to let her know what was happening. My brother FaceTimed her, but she had already been told. I remember telling her and my brother that I loved them and that I would see them again when I woke up. I remember being brought into the operating room, once again, seeing all the familiar bright lights and walls, and once again being told to count down from 10. This time, I felt less panicked. I was tired, and I felt confident that I would wake up after surviving what I already had. I remember waking up in the ICU on June 4th and still being unable to move or feel my legs. I remember my coaches and friends' mom being there once again. I remember the moment my mom stood to the right of my bedside and told me that I was paralyzed. That it was not just a blood clot, but my spinal cord had been lacerated and spinal fluid was pouring out of it.
That's bad.
I remember hearing this, shrugging my shoulders, and looking back towards the room. I had known I was paralyzed, yet never in my head did I think I would not overcome it. Immediately, I told myself that I would walk again, that I would walk in my senior night for softball, that I would walk at graduation the following May, and finally walk into this very courtroom today. Your Honor, I remember everything. I remember every single second of this horrific day and the months following. Your Honor, on June 3rd, 2023, I did not know that as soon as I walked out of that restaurant, I would end up being forced to fight for my life. What I didn't know was that after I won that fight for my life, was that I would be faced with a lifetime's worth of challenges. Faced with the fact that walking out of that restaurant was the last time I would be able to walk for several months, the fact that the last time I would be running for my life. The fact that every single day following, I would have to continue to fight for my life, for normality, and to gain back every ounce of independence I once had. Your Honor, someone once told me that my independence was just my ego, but that has always remained far from true. Never once had anyone ever insulted the independence I had always been so proud of. Your Honor, the person who made that statement sits in front of me today.
I don't even know what that means. What does that mean? Your independence is your ego. I mean, on one level, it's kind of definitionally true. But, like, I don't know what that means. It's like, I mean, I don't know what that means. Your desire for independence is an expression of ego. I guess, yes, it is, but I don't know what that means.
The same person who not only took away my independence for some time, but attempted to take my life.
I don't know what that.
On June 3rd, 2023, the defendant attacked and stabbed me 17 times with the intent of killing me. On June 3rd, 2023, 538 days ago, I survived the attack and have continued to not only survive, but to live every single day I know I am so blessed to live. Your Honor, those months following the attack are still vivid. The mental and physical battles are still vivid and so real. In the days following the attack, I was still stuck in the ICU. I remember all the doctors, visitors, interviews, and so on. I remember the feeling of having to be rolled to have my bandages changed and tubes moved. I remember the feeling of having both of my chest tubes pulled out of me. I remember the feeling of having one of my chest tubes being pulled out of me just to be put back in. I remember the smell of the matted blood that had set in my hair from the attack. I remember being unable to sleep despite every effort. Every time I tried, I was quickly interrupted by the same reoccurring image of the defendant running at me on the day of the attack. I remember the moments I would be able to fall asleep. I would wake up screaming, being awoken from the same nightmares that I was being killed by the defendant or one of his family members. I remember one night specifically when I had woken up, finally thinking I had slept through the night, just to come to find out that I didn't actually sleep soundly, but instead woke up screaming every few minutes, begging no, screaming stop, and that I was dying. I remember my first shower that took probably 5 hours and the help of probably 5 people. I remember when physical therapy started. I remember being lifted out of the bed for the first time in a Hoyer lift and into a wheelchair besides the bed. The feeling of both my chest tubes being pulled and the feeling of the almost 100 staples in my back being pressed up against the Hoyer and the chair, the pain almost unbearable. But I did it. Something so small as getting out of bed and sitting in a chair for 20 minutes felt nearly impossible, but was such a huge win. Every day after that was full of their own trials and tribulations, each day just as challenging. Physical therapy at that point consisted of just simply sitting up, something you all are doing right now, but at that time, something that was physically impossible for me, as every muscle to do so was paralyzed from the attack. I remember the pain that I felt just sitting up, the piercing pain I felt in my chest each try, each breath. I remember every family member, every friend, and every healthcare worker who gave everything that hour just to make it somewhat bearable for me. Despite the physical and mental pain that it took, they still somehow made it just a little bit better. Eventually, I was transferred to Brooks Rehabilitation. I remember the fear of uncertainty, being moved to an unfamiliar place with unfamiliar people, unsure of how long I would be there or what the intense rehabilitation would look like. The emotional toll that came with each step, the overwhelming sense of helplessness, and the constant fear of what was next. The moments when I wondered if I would ever feel like myself again, if I would ever walk how I used to again, or be able to live through a day without being reminded of this trauma. And yet, through it all, I also remember the moments of hope, the small victories, and all of the support from those around me. These memories, these moments, they stay with me forever, and they shape who I am every single day. I remember being transferred in the late afternoon, so it was quiet. I remember, despite the silence, hearing the screams of another patient down the hall who was quickly transferred, as the Brooks workers were also aware of how that could scare someone with the trauma I had. As the next day came, therapy began. 3 to 5 hours of occupational and physical therapy consumed my time. The goal started small, but the therapy was intense.
No, Robert, you misunderstood. She didn't say that being independent is she didn't say that being independent was an expression of her ego. That's what her attacker had said to her. Her attacker had said to her at some point, presumably prior to the attack, but at some point prior, her attacker had said to her that self-importance was an expression of the ego. And I'm like, what the fuck does that mean? It's like, isn't that just like describing what the ego is, kind of? I mean, it's like, yeah, so, yeah.
Learning how to sit up on my own, change my clothes by myself, transfer myself between the bed and the wheelchair. Simple everyday tasks were so difficult. Yet slowly they became easier. I remember on June 20th taking my Asia impairment exam, which is what the extent of a spinal cord injury is defined by the American Spinal Injury Association impairment scale using specific categories. I remember the exam taking a few hours and feeling so discouraged. The feeling of being unable to feel or move any of my body was so discouraging. Until finally, at the very end of the exam, after being unable to move or feel anything, I was finally told to try and move my left foot. Staring at the ceiling, still so discouraged, I tried. I remember feeling something and looking at my physical therapist. She asked me, "Did you feel that?" To which I responded, "Did it move?" And when she confirmed that I had finally moved my foot, the room was full of emotion. So overwhelmed by the feeling of simply just moving my foot, I remember the feeling of being able to tell
Wiggle, big toe. Respect.
my mom that I was now able to move my foot, and her bursting into tears of joy. I remember every phone call to all of our family and friends, and each of them also overwhelmed with so much joy to see that I could finally move my foot the slightest bit. This moment gave me hope for the future, hope that I would be okay, hope that with time I would regain movement in other parts of my body, and confirm my goal that I would one day walk again. I remember after this moment, the already intense therapy becoming even more intense. The hours spent every day trying new things, strengthening each part of me, and accomplishing more and more. Each day, my left leg got stronger to the point where they were able to stand me up with assistance, and with time, on June 30th, I attempted to take my first steps with assistance. Though slow, painful, and incredibly difficult, every day after that was a new goal reached, new progress, and a new step forward. Finally, after over a month in the hospital and in rehabilitation, on July 7th, 2023, I was sent home. On that day was the first day I addressed both the community and the media. On that day, I said that there was no looking back, how incredibly lucky I am to be alive today, and how each day I would take it as its own opportunity to live and make a difference in the world, and how I am determined and confident in myself that I would reach my goals to one day walk again. And every single day following, I've continued to stand by these words. Every day, I make the choice to be positive, and I've used this trauma to help inspire and motivate others despite everything I go through personally, daily. After addressing the media, I was finally able to go home. Going home was a new battle, learning how to adjust to my new life, my new way of life in a place that was a reminder of everything that used to be was difficult. On my second day home, I was sat in my room crying and finally moved my right leg. I called my mom into my room, and once again, she was immediately brought to tears. Once again, I got to experience calling all of my loved ones and sharing with them another huge victory. That following Monday, I started outpatient rehabilitation. I was in the pediatric day program at Brooks Rehabilitation, to which I attended physical and occupational therapy Monday through Friday for 3 hours every morning. I attended this program until December of 2023, when I switched to their Neuro Recovery Center and continued to do physical therapy there up until today. Throughout these programs, I fought every day to accomplish my goals, one of those being to start my senior year on time with the rest of my class. And just as I fought for, I was there on the very first day, along with everyone else. Going back to school was an adjustment. I had to see all the kids I had grown up with for almost all my life, but they looked at me differently now. I was no longer just Madison, I was the girl who got stabbed. I dealt with looks.
I mean, you got street cred now, girl. I mean, you got street cred. You're no longer just Madison. Now you're the girl who got stabbed, man. Shit. I mean, that's gotta be good for the street cred. I would think.
Comments, questions, but I always understood. This isn't something that just happens, nor is it something that should ever have to happen. This kind of trauma isn't something that kids should have to adjust to, nor go through. But at the end of the day, in so many eyes, I was still Madison. Over time, as kids adjusted to having me back, school became easier, but managing both school and rehabilitation was difficult, as I still attended therapy every single morning and always did my best to still be at school when therapy was over. This was overall both physically and mentally draining, but I did it. Because the last thing I would do is let the defendant take more away from me than he had already taken. I attended as many school events as I could, and although they were rarely ever enjoyable for me after the attack, I still went, and I tried every day to live my life as I would before. Yet it wasn't as easy as I make it sound. I dealt with anxiety in public places and in large crowds, scared that if something were to happen, I would no longer be able to protect myself. I now had to worry about things other kids never had to worry about, like would there be stairs? Can I maneuver a wheelchair through this? I could no longer go and hang out with my friends whenever I wanted or partake in activities I was able to before. I was unable to play softball my senior year of high school, the sport that had been my life since as long as I can remember. I watched as my friends changed, the friends I had known for years go through one of the most unimaginable traumas and step up for me in a way no friend should ever have to. I watched them each be affected by this attack in various ways. I watched my friends dealing with PTSD, but still being so strong for me. I watched as they all matured as their innocence was stolen. I watched as each of them stepped up in their own way to be there for me, to help me, and to support me through whatever I needed. I watched as my family suffered. They each suffered daily as their mother and sister were almost taken from them. I watched as they all stepped up to be there for us when we couldn't be there for them. I watched as their innocence was stolen. I saw their pain, their tears, and their resilience. I watched as the once so lively, happy, and bright home became sad and dark. Yet through it all, we were all there for each other. We all found light in the darkest of situations. We all found reasons to laugh and smile, and we were all simply grateful for every day we got to be alive. Your Honor, the impact of the defendant's actions doesn't just end with those directly connected. I have witnessed the impact on the community and strangers all over the world. I have met strangers everywhere I've gone who have broken down in tears telling me just how much my story has affected them. I have met people of all ages constantly brought to tears by my story and have seen firsthand the impact on the community. Many left scared and uncertain on the world, everyone's trust in people simply gone, yet despite those going through their own traumas, the community immediately stepped up and was there for me. Madison Strong keychains, shirts, sweatshirts, and fundraisers were in motion directly following the attack, and I still feel that same level of support and love every single day. Your Honor, I have accomplished every single goal I have set out on since the attack. I attended my senior year. I walked and got a hit on my senior night for softball. I walked unassisted at my high school graduation. I am a full-time college student, and I even walked into this very courtroom, and I'm currently reading a victim impact statement in front of not only the whole world, but my attempted killer and his family, just as I said I would when the attack first happened. I have spoken and shared my story of survival and resilience on many different platforms, such as in front of the media, Ponte Vedra High School, the Betty Griffin Center, St. Johns County Fire Rescue and Sheriff's Office events, Brooks Rehabilitation, Memorial Hospital, a police conference in Washington State, and so on. I started a wave of One Love chapters throughout our community, including at the University of North Florida, and I promise I will continue to use my story and my platform to inspire, motivate, and help others in every way I can. Your Honor, I mention all of my accomplishments as I am proud of them. I'm proud of the human I am, the impact I've made, and how I've handled myself these last 538 days. I say this as a reminder that I turned myself from being a victim to a survivor, and I am proud of that. This does not take away from the ways that I struggle daily. I suffer from PTSD and anxiety daily. I still deal with the sleepless nights and constant nightmares. I refuse to go outside alone at night in the dark. I feel myself fearing the worst possibilities in every situation. I've lost all trust in the world, and finding that trust in people again is far and few between. I've lost any childlike innocence, and I've been forced to grow up in a way most kids never have to. I have chosen to live the way I live and be so positive to hide the dark reality that I go through. I often laugh and smile to not let those around me realize that I am suffering so that they don't have to be sad as well.
Fair. Truth.
I deal with mental battles every day about my physical state and what my future may look like. My thoughts are often clouded by the what ifs and the why me questions, because why me? Why did something so horrific and life-changing have to happen to me? Why did someone so evil need to try and take everything away from me? Why did someone so evil try and end the life of someone who showed him so much kindness and patience? Why me?
Also very fair.
Your Honor, the defendant's decision on June 3rd, 2023 will haunt me for the rest of my life. My future physical and mental state is still so uncertain, but always affected. The way I live, the way I love, forever changed. Yet I will always be a more kind, understanding, patient, loving, and overall better person than the defendant ever was. Your Honor, if it weren't for the brave and heroic acts of both my mother and Kennedy Armstrong on June 3rd, 2023, I would not be alive. My mother put her life on the line to save mine. The defendant so selfishly not only tried to take my life, but also tried to take my mother's. The most badass, selfless, and incredible woman and mom anyone would be so lucky to have in their lives. My mother has always and will always be my best friend. I am proud to be her. I am proud to be her daughter and thankful for her for her every single day. I've watched her struggle in more ways than I could explain in the last 538 days, yet she still always puts her kids before herself. Bleeding out and all, she was still there for me before even thinking of herself. She slept right by my side for over a month and was there through every single step of it all. Without her, I would not be here today, but without Kennedy Armstrong, neither of us would be here.
Go Kennedy.
A complete stranger so selflessly ran towards the screens, ran towards the danger, and saved both of our lives. Kennedy, you are truly one of the most brave and amazing human beings I have ever met. Despite your own trauma, your own physical injuries, and every way this attack negatively impacted your own life, you always remained so selfless. You always reminded us that you were here for whatever we needed and never wanted any praise or recognition, but you are the hero. You are the reason we are alive, and you are who reminds me every single day that good people do exist in the world. Words can never explain just how beyond thankful I am for you and your family. I thank both my mom and Kennedy for being my heroes that day. Two people who are so incredibly undeserving of the evil actions that the defendant showed on June 3rd, 2023. Your Honor, I could talk for hours on end about the way that the defendant has negatively impacted each of our lives, but I think after each of these impact statements, it is apparent, it is real, it is constant, and it is daily. Every day is a reminder of the trauma we all endured on June 3rd, 2023. Every day I'm affected by the physical and mental impacts of the defendant's actions, and every day is a reminder of just how cruel, monstrous, and evil the defendant truly is. There is no excuse for his actions. There will never be an excuse. On that day, the defendant chose to try and take my life. He chose to try and take my mother's life, and he chose to severely harm a good and innocent stranger. Your Honor, I can confidently say I am one of the least deserving human beings to have to go through what I have been forced to go through. Your Honor, this is something I will have to deal with for the rest of my life, something I should never have to deal with, and something the defendant should never have the opportunity to do again. Your Honor, on June 3rd, 2023, I was given my own life sentence by the defendant, and I plead with you that the defendant receives the same justified sentence and deserved punishment. Thank you.
Very good.
Please quiet down. Ladies and gentlemen, please sit down. Please sit down.
Got to maintain decorum. I appreciate that. Got to maintain decorum. Respectful, but got to maintain decorum.
Thank you so much.
additional witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
Any additional witnesses for the defense?
No witnesses, but Mr. Pearson has an allocution he'd like to provide.
All right, would he like to come to the witness stand?
Defendant has a couple words he'd like to share. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Good luck.
Of course.
It's up to you. You prefer. All right.
Your Honor, I'm here before you today to take responsibility for my actions of June 3rd, 2023. And most importantly, I'm here to express my sincerest apology to Madison, Ms. Roget, Mr. Armstrong. I'm sure June 3rd was the worst day of their lives. It was also the worst day of mine and always will be.
Yeah, but you know, it being the worst day of their life, being the worst day of your life is not exactly, you're not exactly in what I would call a equivalent moral posture. So it might be the worst day of your life, but well, who's responsible for that? Spencer.
This day I hurt 3 innocent people. I think of my terrible crimes committed every second of every day. It's on my mind constantly, and this will never, ever change. I pray that Madison, Ms. Roget, and Mr. Armstrong make full recoveries. I can't begin to imagine what I've put them through and the negative effects I've had on everyone involved. I understand the anger and hatred they all have for me. I will never understand any negativity or ill will directed towards my family regarding this subject. They did not do this. I did.
I appreciate that, I
There are
guess.
good people trying to do good in this world, not evil.
Okay, fair
My
enough.
parents tried their absolute best to give me help with the limited knowledge and the limited time they had. They are completely devastated, and they want.
You know, not for nothing, man, but like, we gotta talk about public speaking and presentation. I mean, come on. You know, maybe a little vocal variety, maybe making it not sound like you're reading it deadpan, like you've been asked to read this by a court personnel who's duty bound to read it neutrally. So, like, if someone were going to read a transcript, right, they would read it flat. That's their job, is to read it flat. But you're testifying. So why are you reading your own statement flat? It's like, can we get some vocal variety? Can we get some emotionality? Can we get some, what do we have going on for presentation skills over here? Why does it sound, Your Honor, I am so sorry for everything I did. I take full responsibility. The days of the event were the most horrendous day of my life. The people who are attacking my parents shouldn't attack my parents. They're not responsible for this. I'm responsible. Dude, man, come on. I'm just saying, man. Work on your delivery. Shit.
Their son to get help more than anything. Your Honor, I try my best to live myself after what I've done, but I just don't know how. I need serious help, and I have for a long time. And I'm so sorry for what this has come to, and I'm so sorry for my actions. I ask for forgiveness, and I ask for mercy. I ask for the chance to get help so I can return to my family and do good in this world. Thank you for your time. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
It's a little short as well. It's a little short. So yeah, not really great. Not very good. No vocal variety. No real ability to understand what's going on. I didn't really feel any sort of authenticity behind it. Left a lot to be desired. 2 out of 10, man. Needs work. It's not like it's the most important speech of your life or anything. Damn.
Mr. Pearson. Any additional witnesses for the defense?
No, Your Honor.
We'll move into argument. I will hear from the defense first. Mr. Couturier.
I have one moment.
Sure.
Need one moment.
Looks like he wants to use one of the state's exhibits or something. Knock yourself out. Or the state's laptop or something. Okay. Knock yourself out there, defense lawyer. Sell us.
Which one do you want first? Booking?
I do appreciate that the lawyers are working together. I do appreciate that. I appreciate that the state is willing to help him on that and like give him access to their laptop and access to the exhibits and not dicking around on it. I mean, he really should have it himself on his own laptop and his own device, but I do appreciate that the state is like helping him out on this because there's no reason not to. There's no reason not to. And, you know, I appreciate the professional courtesy. So points for the state on that one. I appreciate the professional courtesy.
Your Honor, two documents that I'll be relying on that were submitted in conjunction with the sentencing memorandum that'll be utilized.
All right. Do you want those marked and received into evidence, or how do you? And they've already been. They're part of the
Exhibit
recording
14 to
exhibits.
the sentencing.
All right. So they've already been received.
Yep. Yeah, the lawyer should treat each other professionally. The lawyer didn't do anything wrong. The lawyer's representing his client. There's no reason for the state not to help the lawyer out. The lawyer's doing his job. He's helping his client. And there's no reason for them not to share anything anyway. They're entitled to full discovery anyway. So, you know, this is good. Their lawyers are working together. That's good. It's good. It's good for everybody. Ten out of 10 professional cooperation.
You've heard a lot of testimony and victim impact statements today. We're here because Mr. Pearson entered pleas of guilty to the charges before the court, and he's taken responsibilities for his conduct. And the court's in the unenviable position to sentence Mr. Pearson.
I don't know. I'm not sure if it's inevitable.
Does not fulfill the purpose of vengeance. It's to impose punishment, a just punishment. And in doing so, the court doesn't take into account just the facts and circumstances of the case, the crime, but also the characteristics of the defendant in fashioning that just sentence. And this is a situation where there's a young man, barely an adult, that in the fallout from a relationship with his girlfriend was extremely broken. And it's tragic. It is absolutely tragic what happened. Mr. Armstrong, Ms. Roger, and most certainly Ms. Schemitz didn't deserve this at all. They didn't deserve to have this visited upon them at all. And we know that there's going to be punishment imposed for the crimes that are before the court. But the question becomes, what is the just punishment? And so comparing the horrible nature of the crimes against the characteristics of the defendant, and to borrow federal parlance, to impose a punishment or a sentence that is sufficient but not greater than necessary to fulfill the purposes of sentencing, we have to take into account the characteristics of the defendant. And in doing that, we look to his life in total. And when we look at that life, but for the day of the events, he has lived a good and honorable life. This is a case with the media sitting here in our courtroom that's had press releases and media attention for the last year and a half. It's also a situation where many members of the community would treat Mr. Pearson like a pariah. But that's not necessarily the case here. I've been in cases of similar nature where no one will step forward, maybe even parents on behalf of their loved one. Not this case. In this case, not only Mr. Pearson's family members, but members of the community. 26 in total have submitted character letters on behalf of Mr. Pearson, in addition to the members of his family. And they all echo the same sentiments. You've heard from Mr. and Mrs. Pearson, Spencer's parents. And he has the rest of his family in attendance here today, as well as members of the community that are here to support him. And they've submitted letters to the court. His sister McKenna, who's a student at the University of Florida, writes that he was always exemplified his gentleness and his love for animals, especially dogs, and he is constantly looking out for our youngest brother, Rhett. Spencer has always had such a good heart, and he was so empathetic for people who would get picked on. She would often overhear parents complimenting Spencer's manners, politeness, and how good he was with younger kids. He was caring, intentional, and kind. His younger brother, Rhett. Spencer was there for me to hang out with and offered a helping hand whenever I needed it. That's from a 14-year-old. His older brother, Colby. Although externally Spencer may seem quiet and reserved, for those of us who know him more closely, he is one of the most kind-hearted people out there. And he concludes his letter with, "Our family is committed to being there for him every step of the way, ensuring that he has the love, support, and resources needed to succeed." Those are his immediate family members, all. And there's myriad other letters from the rest of his family, extended and otherwise. But there's also letters from members of the community that are willing to put their name out there to support Spencer Pearson, because they knew what kind-hearted kid he was. A former football coach, Todd Fordham, coached him in Pop Warner and as well as his middle school days. Spencer was a vital part of the teams he coached and the success we had a team. Spencer was always a great listener, willing to do whatever was asked of him as a player. Spencer worked diligently to be the best player he could be, while always making sure his mindset was team first. Another coach at his high school, Eric Hinkle. While as coach, Spencer was always shy, reserved, and respectful. I do not recall Spencer ever getting agitated, disrespectful, or aggressive towards his coaches or teammates, nor angry in any way during those years I coached him. And Mr. Coach Hinkle noted the change that Mr. and Mrs. Pearson testified to his junior and senior year. And he states, "This passive and shy personality is why the events of this last year were a tragic surprise to me. His purpose is to let you know that his actions last year did not seem to be characteristic of the young man he knew, and he hopes that whatever you, Your Honor, decide, he is able to receive the help he so obviously and desperately needs." A family friend of the Pearsons who knew Spencer well, the children were of her family and the Pearson family were all of similar age, and they spent a lot of time around not only the parents but all the families. Sarah James states, "3 of our 4 children are the same ages as the Pearson children. We have spent time together on family trips, evening meals, and worshiping together on Sundays in church. Spencer never demonstrated any aggressive behavior, and I observed him to be a normal, kind young man. He was always welcome in our home." On one vignette, if you will, regarding the character of Spencer Pearson, last year during one of his daughters, or during her freshman year, there was a Hope class at Ponte Vedra. Spencer's weightlifting class was often in the gymnasium during the same period as her child. He always made a point to.
That I do not believe. I refuse to believe that this kid has ever been part of a weightlifting class. Did you see this kid? He is the skinniest, most meek. He was in a weightlifting class? Bullshit. That is the biggest lie I've heard today. Damn.
Come over and say hello to her daughter and ask her how she was. This brought her comfort because she did not have any of her close friends in that class, and having a familiar face brought her joy. Lastly, I'll reference, and there's numerous other letters. I'm not reading them all. The court has them and has read them. But another coach of Mr. Pearson, Jermaine Swafford, writes, "Throughout my time as his coach, I came to know Spencer as a well-mannered, respectful, and disciplined young man. He was never one to cause trouble or show disrespect towards his teammates, coaches, or anyone else around him." Coach Swafford fully acknowledges the seriousness of the situation Spencer is facing, but I also know the good young man that he is and the potential he has to grow and learn from this. I have always seen the Pearson family as kind and supportive, and I believe with the right guidance, Spencer can get back on the path to becoming a responsible and contributing member of society. That's the members of the community that know Spencer, and that's the Spencer he knew. Not the surveillance video from June 3rd, 2023. So when we see that video compared to the character that is known to be that of Spencer Pearson, the question is, how could this happen? This tragedy? These three innocent people that deserve nothing in the way that they were served that day. How did this come to pass where Mr. Pearson engaged in that conduct? You've heard a lot of testimony today. We know that he was a good kid in elementary school and as a young man, had social anxiety issues from a young age. But he's been described as peaceful, gentle, and kind, with the exception of the day's events. And over the course of time, that condition became progressively worse. It worsened in high school, when we know that he started to decline in that regard in his junior year. And after the breakup, we know that his mental health certainly declined. And the Pearson family was desperate to get help for their son. So in doing so, they're reaching out to all avenues available to them. Licensed psychologists and practice groups weren't able to see him. And we've discussed the difficulty in accessing mental health care, particularly for youth and particularly on the backside of the COVID pandemic. And you've heard the testimony here that people could not take him. It was 3 to 6 months. And so they were desperately trying to get help for Mr. Pearson in any way they could. And they find this organization here tomorrow who can see him immediately. And when you look at the records that are contained in the sentencing memorandum from here tomorrow, there's a breakup in April. And at this point in time, Mr. Pearson's in an extremely depressive state. He didn't go to prom, he's not going to school, and is living on the couch, not eating, not doing well. The family's desperate and they're reaching out for help. So Spencer here tomorrow could see him immediately. So he goes on April 13, 2023. And he talks with the peer specialist or friend, not a licensed therapist, not a psychologist, not a psychiatrist. And although he has contemplation of thoughts of suicide expressed to this peer specialist, the treatment regime exists of emotional support, information, and listen. And I don't question the motives of here tomorrow to try to help people in distress, but the magnitude of this problem, they were not equipped to address, not without licensed practitioners. And so unsurprisingly, 4 days after that encounter, Mr. Pearson attempts to hang himself. We've heard the chilling testimony from his father about having to recover his son and lift him up to take pressure off of his neck from him trying to kill himself. He was that desperate and that low.
Yeah, I've said this before, and I'm going to say this again. Yeah, given his prior attempts at self-deletion, both given a prior hanging attempt and a prior slicing his neck offense, dude, man, this guy's going to have a rough time in prison. He's almost certainly going to be put in protective custody on suicide watch, because that's usually pretty standard protocol for most prisons. And usually when you're put in suicide watch, it gets real rough, because you're not like given anything in the cell that you can use to hang yourself with. So like no clothing, no bedding, no nothing usually. And sometimes, depending on how suicidal it is, they put you in some sort of turtle suit or something like that to really do it. So like he's going to have a really rough time in prison for the foreseeable future, because he's going to be put on suicide watch, protective custody. He's going to be put in on solitary, on suicide watch. Holy shit, dude. Holy shit. Things are not going to be going well for him for the foreseeable future. Holy shit, dude. That's going to be rough.
Low place that he wanted to end his life as an 18-year-old high school student with no abusive background in his family. No physical abuse, no sexual abuse, none of that. But here's a young man that's supposed to be in his salad years, if you will, that is so despondent that he's taking his own life. After spending the night on the couch with Mr. Pearson, his mother and father, after reaching out to some friends that were in the medical profession and get referred to Baptist Hospital, take him down there the next morning, where he's admitted for 5 days. And they're saying, call on Monday, and we need to get him put into outpatient therapy. Well, Ms. Pearson does that, and there's no room at the end. We don't have space available for Spencer. So they're right back in the same dilemma that they were before he attempted to take his life, and trying to get the resources to help them. But once again, when the phone calls are made, we don't have room for him. We can see him in 3 to 6 months, and they can't get him into therapy. And he languishes on the couch. And this is his Mr. Pearson's first serious battle with an acute mental illness that is now manifested in a suicide attempt, and that no one can see him other than emergent care, where he's admitted for 5 days in a hospital emergency situation. But when left to your own devices outside that milieu, there's no room at the end. Now, they had never been in this situation before. Spencer had never been on medication. He had been given medication at the hospital, but when he was discharged, he started experiencing side effects, headaches. He didn't like the way it made him feel. And not having been through this, and without the guidance of medical professionals to go through it, Spencer discontinued his medication. And he, once again, spiraled downwards into a despondent state of severe depression. Witnessing this reoccurring again, Mr. and Mrs. Pearson, having no available resources to him, go back to here tomorrow just because he can be seen. And he's seen on May 31, 2023. 4 days prior to the date of the events that bring everyone to this courtroom. 4 days. Spencer recounts to the peer specialist that he attempted to commit suicide. He had concrete plans. He had ideation. When you look at the progress note that was filed as...
So our defense is 4 days before I tried to kill her, I tried to kill myself, and she stopped me. And to thank her, I then went with the stabbing. Man, you know, there's a lesson in here somewhere. There's a lesson in here somewhere about compassion. Maybe the lesson here is the scorpion and the frog. Maybe that's the lesson. Some people you just can't show compassion to. No amount of compassion and no amount of understanding will help. They'll just wind up stinging you, and then you both drown. So yeah, maybe the lesson here is there's some people to whom all the compassion and all the empathy in the world is just merely a mistake. Maybe that's the lesson.
I believe notice of filing number 8, the last one that was filed. It states his current status was now preparation. Before it was contemplation. Now it's preparation. And they know that there's been a prior attempt. The course of treatment that was ascribed to by that entity is to make a safety plan. But the safety plan is to be made the next week with a young man that Hal has preparing to commit suicide. He returns home, and 4 days later, these heinous crimes are committed. And so, in the course of the events, Mr. Pearson, after committing the horrible acts that numerous people have discussed here today, takes the blade and turns it on himself. Several times, slowly and methodically, slicing across his neck. And
I don't care.
Before the court, and this is exhibit, I believe, 14 of defendant's sentencing memorandum, you see the grievous injury that he inflicted upon himself. This was the state of despair that Mr. Pearson was in. And I don't mean to discount the harm and the suffering and the injuries of the victims. I recognize that. But Pearson is a damaged kid. And this is evidenced by this photo that is so deep, where he's lacerated his trachea as well as all of the other organs in his throat. And it's remarkable that that suicide attempt did not succeed. Because when the rescue responded, and you have the fire and rescue records before you, on the Glasgow coma scale that goes from 1 to 15, 15 being fully functional, 1 being near dead, he was.
Look at the photo of this guy. Look at the photo of this guy. He's like a caricature of a turd. He's like I'm going to put him as the star of a play. I'm not sure what I'm casting him as, but he's definitely playing like the villain in some play I'm casting. Holy shit. Take a look at this guy. He's got turd energy written all over him. Holy shit.
The Glasgow.
I thought I hated the way he looked now. I thought I hated the way he looked in court now. Take a look at this photo from the past. Holy shit.
Coma scale of 3. He was not breathing and had barely had a pulse. They were able to intubate him and save his life. Like Ms. Schemitz, he was life-flighted, but to a different facility, UF Health, Schemitz in Jacksonville, where he underwent extensive surgery over a number of days before ultimately, during which he was arrested, and he hasn't seen his family ever since. The only contact he's had with his family is through a tablet. And when he's released, he wears the scar on his neck as he's in this booking photo. And he still has that scar as a reminder to himself, as well as the rest of the world, about how damaged he is and was.
Okay.
And so how does that come to pass? Well, we know that Spencer played tackle football from age 6 to 18, 12 years, and we've seen a brief video clip of it.
This douchebag played football?
We've got a young man, barely above the legal threshold for a juvenile. And the law sometimes draws arbitrary lines, and I would submit that the age of 18 at majority is an arbitrary line.
I mean, I guess. It used to be 21, if we want to go back in law far enough. So I suppose 18 as the age of majority is somewhat arbitrary. It used to be older. There was a constitutional amendment, at least partially, on that issue. 26th Amendment, if anyone wants to look into that at all. Moving on.
As Dr. Rubino alluded to, we'll go give a young man a gun and send him to a foreign land and serve as cannon fodder for our military, but they can't drink a beer. We don't trust them to drink a beer or any liquor, but we can give you a gun and send you into battle.
What?
Is he an adult at 18? Well, the science regarding the brain suggests not. And this science has now been well established and litigated through courts from the bottom to all the way to the Supreme Court on numerous occasions. And through the science, which we heard from Dr. Kropp as well as briefly from Dr. Rubino, we know that the adolescent brain is not developed at age 18. Far from it. It's just starting to finish its pruning and myelination.
Yeah, be that as it may, there's a reason that we allow even people below the age of 18 to be tried as adults for particularly serious crimes like murder. Because how old do you need to be to know murder bad? How old do you need to be to know murder bad? So sure, maybe the brain isn't fully developed at age 18. Maybe 18-year-olds shouldn't be adults, but how old do you need to be to know murder bad? How old do you need to be to know stabbing bad? If he were 14, we would be probably prosecuting him as an adult, because 14-year-olds should know stabbing bad. So the 18-year-old and the 18 and 3/4-year-old no stabbing bad. Okay. All right. All right, fine.
Continues in that process from shedding gray matter into white matter to get executive functioning. Doesn't happen till 24 or 25. 6 years removed.
So the implication is a 23-year-old also can do the stabbing? Is that the implication? 23-year-olds also shouldn't be tried as adults? We're going to raise the age of majority to 25 now? What are we doing now? Okay, I'm sure.
At a minimum from where Spencer was on the day of the act in question. And why is that important? Because that controls the executive functioning or guides the executive functioning of a young man's brain. They lack impulse control. They act without regard of consequences. There's poor planning. They don't think of things aforethought. That's why they make good candidates for combat soldiers.
I think he just insulted like every 18, 19, and 20-year-old who joins the military. You don't have a brain. You're a mindless drone. That makes you particularly good cannon fodder. I think he just insulted the troops. Okay.
And so we have this young man with an adolescent brain that isn't fully formed, that doesn't have the capacity to engage in the critical decision-making and judgment that's required to proceed through life, is a starting point. That's across the board for all youth. Kids are different.
Yeah,
although he may have been 18 and legally adult, he's
really?
a kid. He's a kid as he sits here today.
I mean, I just, like, again, I have to challenge this because, like, we have to challenge this, like, from a systematic point of view to me, because I'm a rule-based guy. I'm a rule-based guy. It's like, okay, he's a kid. So, okay, what do you want to do exactly here? It's like, we want to raise the age of majority to what? 21? You want to go old school? You want to go real old school when the age of majority was still 21? You think the 26th Amendment was a mistake? You want to go old school, or maybe 21 isn't even enough. Maybe you want to, maybe our ancestors even at 21 was a mistake. Although, to be fair, the age of majority in practice was even younger. If we want to talk about, like, you know, growing up and taking on responsibility and stuff like that, you know, I'm trying to apply what he's saying in a systematic principle, and I'm like, I'm not sure what we're advocating for. We got to call an emergency session of the Florida legislature together. We got to change the age of majority. What exactly are we doing here? Help.
And so layered on top of the youthful brain, we've heard from Dr. Rubino, who had the occasion to view images of Spencer's brain. And what did those images tell us? That this kid has been the subject of repetitive head injuries for 12 years.
Oh, you can't be serious.
I would say submit it's very conservative at 15 a session. 10,000.
Oh my God. You can't be serious. He's arguing traumatic brain injury from playing football. Holy shit, this kid's been playing football all of his life, so now we're going to argue traumatic brain injury on top of it? Holy shit. Holy shit.
1,000 hits to the head. Some more serious than others. In that video, we saw a 300-pound plus kid smash his head, buckle him, and I submit he was concussed at that point, and then pancake him. Because of the nature of the game, Spencer gets up, has head-to-head contact of significant force with the quarterback. 2 concussive events in one play. Wow. Not to mention the myriad other events. We know he was out in concussion protocol at least twice once that developed, but they didn't have it in middle school. They didn't have it in Pop Warner.
Wow.
Hopefully the kids aren't getting injured. But when Dr. Rubino looks at Spencer Pearson's brain, we know there's a lesion on the right frontal cortex that's in an area that's inconsistent with any vascular source, not to mention that he's 20. He hasn't had time to develop those problems. There's no indicia from health records or otherwise that he has any vascular problems. But he's got a lesion on the front part of the brain. He's got the cavum septum pellucidum, the separation of the 2 hemispheres of the brain and the membrane that, with a 20-year-old kid with no other explanation, who's played 10 years of tackle football, the only explanation is head trauma. We know about the cingulate gyrus being impaired. And why is that important? Because that is part of a brain and a human's limbic system. And the limbic system, once again, controls emotional regulation, poor judgment, impulse control, all of the same issues that are inherent with an adolescent brain as a starting point are exacerbated for a young man with the injuries noted in his head.
I just gotta say, man, he's lucky he's making this argument in Florida and not Texas. It's all football's fault. Holy shit, dude. Holy shit.
So when you combine the two, they compound that problem. And the lack of emotional regulation and impulse control and judgment is even worse. We also know that he's working on a significant neck injury, cervical stenosis of his spine. It's going to get progressively worse without medical intervention. And if it doesn't...
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Did you seriously mention injury to his spine? Is that what we're doing now? Okay. Just checking.
It could result in him being paralyzed. And the irony of that is not lost on you. But
Are you sure? Are you sure the irony's not lost on you? Are you sure? Are you really sure? I don't know, man. I think it might be.
because that is not an appropriate punishment to be doled out in a courtroom. But that's what he's looking at without treatment. And the court's been around a long time, as have I. And the court is aware of the medical treatment that's rendered in the Florida Department of Corrections. It's less than stellar. That problem will not be addressed.
Okay. Well, I'll take it up with the Department of Corrections.
On top of the organic brain injuries that exist and the brain damage, we have the psychological component. Dr. Kropp spent over 18 hours with Spencer between testing, interviews with him. And what do we know from that? He suffers from major depressive disorder and social anxiety disorder that further impair his judgment, his impulse control, and the other matters that are just getting compounded and compounded and compounded on top of one another.
Which, by the way, if all that's true, it's not exactly a great reason to show him mercy. If he has all these problems that create impulse control issues for him, that's not really a factor in mitigation, right? Oh my God, look at how many factors he has. He's got brain injuries, he's got spine injuries, he's got psychological injuries, he's prone to violence. He's prone to fits of rage. Wait a second. What side are we arguing for again exactly? You know, it's okay.
And those psychological issues, coupled with the adolescent brain and the brain injury, caused this young man to act impulsively, without regard to consequences, without judgment, planning a forethought.
Yeah, he acts impulsively with no planning or forethought. Well, since one of the fundamental purposes for which we put people in prison is isolation. In other words, there are many reasons we put people in prison, one of which is isolation. Isolation is keep him away from me. He's a danger to me. Keep him away from me. Sounds like isolation is looking really good right now as a theory. He's a danger. He could come off anytime. He's just pure impulse. He's pure id. Isolation's looking real good to me right about now, just saying.
And tragically, it resulted in 3 people unnecessarily being stabbed, significantly injured.
That's a problem. That's a problem.
It breaks my heart to hear this young lady suffering for this the rest of her life, not to mention the trauma of Mr. Armstrong and Ms. Roget that will likely be dealing with their injuries and their psychological injuries for the rest of their lives. I recognize that. And for that, my heart breaks. Dr. Kropp also found him to suffer from autism. And I've spent a lot of time with Mr. Pearson myself, and I'm no expert, but I tend to concur with him, having spent days with the young man. And you layer that facet on to the others, and it may not have the same features of impulse control.
I honestly don't know the answer to this question off the top of my head, but are autistic people, as a general rule, more prone to crime or more prone to violent crime than the standard population? I honestly don't know the answer. But that seems to be what he's implying. He seems to be implying that autistic people are more prone to crime or more prone to violent crime than the standard population. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Poor judgment is the other issues that Spencer's experiencing, but it certainly doesn't help.
Yeah,
So
no, I
when
mean,
we're
yeah.
looking at the overall background of the defendant and fashioning an appropriate sentence, and not just seeking vengeance, as many in this courtroom would like the court to do, that is not the
Well, in law, we don't call it vengeance. We're a little bit more sophisticated than that. We call it reciprocity. It's not vengeance, it's reciprocity. That's another reason we put people in jail, as long as we're here to learn something of value. The reason we punish people by putting them in jail or otherwise. Why do we punish people? What are our reasons? Well, isolation, which I referred to before, right? Keep him away from me. Isolation. Reciprocity. He has caused somebody harm. We need to balance the scales. General deterrence. We need to punish him as a warning to others. Specific deterrence. We need to punish him as a warning to himself, so he'll stop doing the bad thing. Why else do we punish people? Let's see, I feel like there's one more I'm missing. General deterrence, specific deterrence, isolation, reciprocity, correction. We punish people to rehabilitation. We punish people for the purpose of making them not criminal, would be the other major one. So there's like 5 reasons we punish people. Which of these 5 reasons do you like? Pick and choose between them. But yeah.
job. The job is to impose a fair and just punishment. And I would submit to the court that even though the statutory max in this case is life, this case is wholly inappropriate for a life sentence.
I don't know about that.
This young man is not irredeemable.
I don't know, man. It's double attempted murder with the stabbing. I don't know, man. Totally inappropriate. The double attempted murder with the stabbing with his own branded knife, which is just a nice touch. I don't know about totally inappropriate. Okay.
He does have a potential for a future. He's got a supportive family and support network that can help him going forward and ensure that he's never in this position again. He recognizes the gravity of this situation. He's remorseful, genuinely remorseful for what he did. There's a future for him if he's permitted to have one. And I think life is wholly inappropriate. And I submit a guideline sentence of approximately 20 years is inappropriate for a kid with the injuries that he has and the conditions he's suffering that are documented, replete with multiple attempts to take his own life, the scars of which he wears today. We've moved for a downward departure from the sentencing guidelines. I believe we satisfied each and every one of the departures that are sought.
Now he's going into why 19 years is the guideline minimum. It's not the statutory minimum. It's the guideline minimum. And so he'd like a downward departure from the guideline. So here's reasons why he thinks 19 years is too many. And he'd prefer a lesser number, don't you mind? Okay, tell us why that 19 years is too many.
His capacity to conform his requirements to the law substantially impaired by the injuries he suffered to his brain, the adolescent brain, as well as the serious psychological diagnoses he's had that impair his judgment.
That sounds like a factor against you. Which side are you arguing for again, right? If one of the factors is his ability to conform to the law, right? Can he conform to the law? If that is one of the factors, he's prone to fits and he doesn't plan things and he just acts impulsively. Doesn't sound like a argument in support of he can conform himself. So I'm not really sure you're meeting that criteria, sir, with all possible respect, given your own argument. But let's try another one.
He certainly requires specialized treatment for a mental disorder, and it's unrelated to substance abuse or addiction. You've heard no testimony that he has any of that. It's absent entirely from his background, other than a high school kid that may have had some beers or seltzers on an occasion, but this kid's not an addict. He's not a boozer. His problems are mental health and mental health alone, except for the cervical neck stenosis or cervical spine stenosis, which is a physical disability under the departure. And we know he's amenable to treatment. He's been on medication ever since he's been in the jail. We know he can reject that if he so chose, but he's now recognized that he needs help, and part of that help is medication. But there's other facets of treatment that would benefit Spencer, for which he is amenable.
What is the recommended treatment to deter the stabbing? Destabify? Who makes Destabify? Is it Pfizer? Has it gone through clinical trials? Do we trust the clinical trials? Patients who took Destabify were 23% less likely to engage in stabbings. Ask your doctor if Destabify is right for you.
Therapy. Dr. Kropp recommended therapy 2 times a week individually and group throughout to help him overcome a social anxiety disorder. And he wants the help. He just asked you for it. His family's been screaming for it. And so he meets the basis for a departure or specialized treatment for which he's amenable. We've also sought one for the crime being committed in an unsophisticated manner, an isolated incident for which he shows remorse. As tragic as what we've seen here today was, it was unsophisticated. There was this wasn't a white collar fraud case. This isn't multiple drug deals. This isn't trafficking. This isn't the normal grist for the mill that the courts encounter and defense counsel deal with. This was a instantaneous attack. So it was unsophisticated. It was isolated. He has absolutely no criminal history. Never been in trouble with the law prior to this.
Well, he really went for broke right out of the gate, didn't he? I mean, he has no prior history. Really, really went for broke right out of the gate. Yeah.
Never been violent to anyone prior to this.
Yeah, again.
And he's shown remorse.
Sort of. I mean, kind of, I guess. All right, fine.
Lastly, we're seeking a departure on the basis that the defendant was too young to appreciate the consequences of the
Law. He was too young to appreciate the stabbing was bad. Okay, sure.
The offense. And in doing that, age alone doesn't cut it. I'm aware of that. But emotional immaturity coupled with chronological age, and this isn't somebody that's 20, 22. We're talking about a kid 9 months removed from his 18th birthday.
In other words, he's closer to 19 than not. Also, 18 has been the age of majority for quite a while at this point. Yeah.
So, and Dr. Kropp testified that due to his psychological conditions, as well as the adolescent brain, he is emotionally immature. And so we've met the grounds for that departure as well. Now, I know the court, in whether to grant a downward departure, it's a 2-step process. One, the court has to determine whether the defense has met the burden of production by a preponderance of evidence to satisfy the grounds for the departure, and I submit to the court we absolutely have. But the second one is discretionary. The court has to decide whether it thinks departing will provide for a sentence that is appropriate. It's a discretionary act by the court, and I'm imploring the court to exercise that discretion because this kid is damaged. This isn't an incorrigible criminal. This is a broken kid that is not irredeemable. He has a chance in the future if he's offered the opportunity. He's willing to accept the help. He's been doing it ever since he's been incarcerated. He has a support group that will help him stand up in support to help him get that help.
Is the support group Stabbers Anonymous? Hi, everyone. My name is Uncivil, and I'm a stabber. Hi, Uncivil.
And I'm firmly committed that if Spencer is released, and there's, in addition to incarceration, there's other facets of punishment that can be imposed. The court can put him on supervision. He can be on community control for up to 2 years. He can be on probation with a court order requirement to maintain treatment and have treatment providers report to probation to ensure that he's following through, not to mention the people that want to give him help and his own desire to get help. There's ways to fashion that sentence. And further support for a mitigated sentence is the pre-sentence investigation itself, prepared by a member of the Department of Corrections, that in the recommendations doesn't make a recommendation as to the sentence. That is the unenviable task of this court, and I do not envy the role.
You keep using that word inevitable. I don't know, man. I kind of envy the role personally. I envy the role. I mean, there are definitely days where as a judge, it's harder than other days. There are definitely days, I'm sure, where you as a judge would struggle and really wonder, geez, am I doing the right thing? What is the right thing to do here? I'm sure that there are days as a judge, if I'm ever lucky enough to become a judge, that will be really, really hard. And I wonder, did I do the right thing today? I don't know, man. I'm not sure today is one of those days. I'm not sure one of those days today is one of those crisis of conscience days.
But in the report, the representative of the Florida Department of Corrections is recommending to Your Honor that when he's incarcerated, that he go to a facility that he can get specialized treatment for his disorders. Now,
just out of raw curiosity, what would that even be? What is the specialized facility for his disorders? Although, you know, to be honest, I can think of a specialized facility for his disorders. I'm not sure what kind of facility the defense has in mind, but I have one in mind that would be a great facility for his disorders.
I'm not aware of any such facility in the Department of Corrections, so I'm not sure that...
You say you're not aware of any such facility in the Department of Corrections, but you belie yourself. You are aware of such a facility in the Department of Corrections. You just named it.
As much as everybody wants to have that happen, that it's even available. It sounds good, but in practice, it doesn't exist. You get pills and that's what you get. And so respectfully, for this kid that prior to this horrible event that we view today has lived an outstanding life. He goes to his neighbors to help protect a wife and daughter while the husband's out because they think there's a burglary. He's helping neighbors, elderly neighbors, not climb ladders so they can put lights up around their home. When an elderly gentleman got into a car accident out.
I'm sorry. What did you just say? I kind of blanked out there for a second. What did you just say?
Burglary. He's helping neighbors, wife and daughter, outstanding life. He goes to his neighbors to help protect a wife and daughter while the husband's out because they think there's a burglary. He's helping neighbors, elderly neighbors, not climb ladders so they can put lights up around their home. When an elderly gentleman got into a car accident.
He put up Christmas lights? Okay.
Accident out in the road in front of his neighborhood. Spencer rode out there and assisted the old man and made sure he was okay. This young man has empathy. He's not a sociopath. He does care for other people, as testified to by all of his family and community members that have stepped forward with support. He's not an incorrigible criminal sociopath.
How many Christmas lights do you think you have to put up to, make up for the stabbing? What is the Christmas light to stabbing exchange ratio? I will now take your suggestions in chat. Also, does it matter if they're all white lights or if they're colored lights? Does it matter if they're blinky or static? Please provide your thoughts on what the proper Christmas lights are to make up for the stabbing. What kind of Christmas lights really say, sorry about the stabbings, and make up for it? Asking for a friend.
It's a kid that has a chance if he's offered the opportunity. And so respectfully, Your Honor, we're seeking this court to impose a sentence that's significant. He's 20 years old as we sit here today. I'm asking for the court to impose a sentence of 12 years. He doesn't have 2 years in time served yet. He'll be at 30. If the court imposes that sentence, he'll be 30 or so by the time he gets out. His salad years, the 20s, the best years of all of our lives, will be spent incarcerated in a gladiator camp. That's a serious sentence.
Although, you know, it wouldn't surprise me if the answer is yes, but I was unaware that the Department of Corrections in Florida has gladiator camps. But if they do, I'd love to learn more about these gladiator camps. That sounds badass, and that sounds like the kind of thing that Florida might actually do. Does Florida's Department of Corrections have gladiator camps? Can I go to the gladiator camps? I'd like to know more.
And maybe we get numb to the amount of time that gets doled out in these courtrooms. You hear these decade-long sentences, right and left, and some people are deserving of it. They've had opportunities and they've blown them. This kid's never had the opportunity. Not in the criminal justice system anyway. And so he's deserving of a chance. This isn't a life case. I submit this isn't even a 20 years case. A decade in prison for this kid in his entire 20s is a severe and significant sentence. And it is just punishment.
Okay.
And so we're respectfully submitting to the court that an appropriate sentence in this case is 12 years incarceration, followed by 15 years of supervision with the first 2 years of community control, thereafter with probation, to order mental health treatment and counseling, obviously no contact with any of the participants in this case, but to get the help he needs to become a productive member of society, to prove that he's not the kid that we saw in this video for 20 minutes, that he is the kid that the rest of his life has demonstrated, the one that his coaches are willing to step up for, that his family sits and supported behind him, the community around him sits and supported behind him. Mm-hmm. He is redeemable, and we're asking for that opportunity, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kaczergis. State.
You know, although some of his arguments were a little bit hollow and actually at times counterproductive, I will say this. I do appreciate that he's doing his job, and I appreciate that he's trying to advocate for his client. That is his job, and so we will never fault a lawyer for doing their job well. We will critique them when they don't do well, and we will also say that we don't buy it, but we'll never fault them for trying. And so I do appreciate that his defense lawyer gave it his all, even though, you know, at times I felt it was self-contradictory, but, you know, and some of the arguments seemed a little bit problematic. Also, insulting the troops seemed like a weird move, but okay. But, you know, I appreciate that he tried. You know, his lawyer, I'm sure this was the entire game, right? Because they pled guilty. This was the entire game. Was trying to plead guilty and take responsibility in the hope that somehow he can mitigate. I do think perhaps he erred in his ask. I think if we had to critique him strategically, he erred in his ask by just asking for too much. If he had simply asked for like lower end on the guidelines range, it would have been more plausible than asking for a departure for the double attempted murder, you know, with the history of stalking and so forth. So I think the strategic mistake might have been in asking for the downward departure as opposed to using those same factors to ask for a low end on the scale. I'm not sure it would have done any better, but probably would have been a better call. But, you know, at least he was trying. Okay, State, what do you have to say in rebuttal to this? Not that it should be that hard. You could just be like, point at the guy and be like, seriously? Really? I don't think so. We rest. State probably has more words than that, but let's see.
Your Honor, counsel started by describing the good character letters submitted on behalf of the defendant. We've heard the testimony today, and I have no doubt that a lot of that information is very, very true about the defendant and his growing up and him as a child and all of those things. But you also have to think about his characters and his characteristics that came out when he was in this new type of relationship. This isn't his mom, this isn't his dad, cousins, neighbors. This is that intimate dating relationship, that future romantic relationship that he may have. And what came out about Mr. Pearson that perhaps nobody had ever seen before was an individual willing to stalk, harass, scare, wanted Madison to feel his pain. That's why he sent the picture of him about to hang himself. He told Dr. Kropp that on that day, one of the reasons he was going to kill himself is because he wanted Madison to live with that guilt for the rest of her life. And I understand he's a depressed individual, and I understand he suffers from social anxiety. But those characteristics are dangerous for the future of this individual in any relationship like that he's ever in. Now, the threatening message he sent just 6 days before on its face may not appear that threatening, but to Madison it was. You heard everything that had gone on, and he knew everything that he had done up to that moment. And so if you saw that message in a vacuum, you might be like, okay, maybe this is a kid joking around, but you heard everything she went through. And so to her, at the end of May, when she saw that, that was scary. You're going to get yours. And sure enough, 6 days later, when he saw her, he took that opportunity to try to hurt her, to try to make her feel pain. Maybe before that, all it was emotional, and he never had thought about hurting her. But as soon as he saw her that day, as soon as he walked into that restaurant, noticed her, sat back down at his table, watched her get up, sat there, you saw him stare out the front of the windows. He was waiting until they were done talking to that staff member. He was waiting for them to walk away, and he sat there and he cracked his knuckles and he rubbed his hands on his shorts where his knife and his sharpening block were. And even if you believe that he didn't know Madison was there until he pulled into that parking lot. Maybe he saw her car as he drove by A1A, maybe he didn't. But when he drove in that parking lot, it's very clear. There is no reason why he moves his truck unless he sees her vehicle and he wants to park next to it for the opportunity to see her in some fashion. It makes no sense otherwise, and it makes no sense that he doesn't recall why he did that when Dr. Kropp asked him. So he knew she was there, and he stared and he waited, and certainly the intent to hurt her was going through his mind as he was sitting there and before he ran out. And so I understand with one of the downward departure grounds, unsophisticated, he has shown remorse. This level of violence is isolated. But Your Honor knows, stalking, harassing, putting in fear only leads to violence. We all know in this courtroom that's what comes next. And it did. This wasn't an individual who was otherwise normal and got into a random fight in the Chubby's parking lot with a stranger and ultimately ended up hurting them. No, that would be an isolated, random, violent act. This was someone he was emotionally attached to who had escalated his behavior towards her. So those characteristics need to be considered too. Not just who he is, not just who he was as a child, but that person that he was when he was in that attachment type relationship with his mental health. Now, we all know DOC is full of persons with mental health. That's not it's a downward departure reason that someone may need treatment. The DOC is full of individuals with mental health problems, unfortunately, far more severe than Mr. Pearson. He's not psychotic. You're right. He's not psychotic. He knew what he was doing. All the doctors state, Dr. Kropp, he's the one that would he didn't even need scans. He didn't even call for them. But what is in the scans, we heard about it ad nauseum, but at the end of the day, it has to do with potentially Mr. Pearson's future and some physical issues with him. But at the end of the day, Dr. Kropp, before he even knew what was wrong with his brain, said, this gentleman has no impairment to his executive functioning, which is the frontal lobe. He is a normal adolescent brain. He's an adolescent brain, no doubt. We're not dealing with an older gentleman.
Yeah, so everything the defense lawyer said about all those organic issues, by the way, that would be what we would consider an organic issue. Actual defects to the brain as opposed to the mind. Basically, all that's bullshit. So, yeah, he might have some organic defects to his brain, but not in a way that impairs his mind. Those aren't necessarily one and the same. So everything the defense lawyer said is kind of bullshit. So, you know, yeah.
No cognitive disorders, no impairment to his executive functioning by any of his neuropsychological tests. He is suffering, he is depressed, he has social anxiety. There's a lot of people in America that have depression and social anxiety.
I have depression, not so much with the stabbing. I haven't yet tried stabbing therapy. None of my psychiatrists have recommended to me stabbing therapy. Maybe I just need to find a better psychiatrist who understands me and will recommend the stabbing therapy.
And there's millions of young men playing football who do not stab and try to kill their girlfriends. So I understand they're presenting this to you and mitigating, and they're telling you about who he is and what he suffered through, but there's been no correlation to why that is the reason why he did what he did, as if it would be an excuse anyway. So what should you do, Your Honor? Mr. Kuchergis is right. Sentencing is not about vengeance, it's about punishment, but it is foremost about punishment. And you are to weigh this defendant's background into that. And so when you think about what should you do? Well, if Miss Roger and Kennedy Armstrong were not there, he would have kept stabbing her. She would have died. Mandatory life. Wouldn't have mattered. 18, 19, 20, it wouldn't have mattered. He failed to do that. And so, no, we're not here on a homicide case with one grieving family for the ultimate loss of one person. But we're here with 3 people, 3 separate victims, injured in the most horrific way that will deal with this, Madison especially, physically for the rest of her life, emotionally for the rest of her life. Her mother now is dealing with her own physical trauma, emotional trauma, and of her daughters. And then you have Kennedy Armstrong. You saw him up there. His demeanor.
Yeah, he was incredibly shaky.
His injury is minor. His physical injury is minor in comparison to the others.
Yeah, he was incredibly shaky. He was almost twitchy on the stand. So, yeah.
But he has been through trauma. It's very clear. And he will have to deal with that as well. So you have 3 victims that will live with this for the rest of their life every day. And Madison, you know, she lives with the fact that every new person she meets, she knows. They don't even have to say it. They don't even, ask her. She knows they're probably thinking, what happened to this girl? Every single person Madison meets for the rest of her life who sees any sort of physical disability with her will wonder. And she will know that as she talks to that person. So every single moment of every single part of her life, she will think about June 3rd.
Fair.
And so you have to think about...
Although I'm kind of hopeful that given her recovery so far, maybe she'll get to the point where she won't really have any long-term disability. I'm hopeful. I'm pulling for you, Madison. I'm pulling for you. You're doing wonders so far. Maybe. Fate is kind.
The fact that there are 3 victims in this case. What would you do if this was just an attack against Madison? What would you do if Madison, her mom, were there but the defendant only attacked Ms. Roger and you had the injuries that you had in a similar circumstance, what would that be? What would that punishment be? And then what would it have been had he never got to Madison and her mother and Kennedy stopped at first but got the injuries he did? This is a single incident, but it's 3 victims, and technically under the law you can run all 3 counts consecutive. But you should think about the punishment that you would apply in each individual scenario. And
It's slightly surprising, but different states have different laws on this, on consecutive versus not. The fact that it's homicide is probably what makes it, but it's a little interesting that you can make a consecutive one after the other. The standard rule, although obviously there's significant departure from this, and it's particularly when it comes to homicide cases, incidentally, because the standard rule sometimes is led to very unsatisfying results. So a lot of states by legislative action have changed it. But the standard rule is as long as they're part of the same criminal transaction, they are concurrent. And the criminal transaction is the series of crimes that essentially are closely related in time and or purpose, for lack of a better description. So because all these crimes happened at the same time, and they were closely related in time and purpose, right? They're interrelated. So the typical rule, the standard rule would be that they should be served concurrently, all at the same time. Another example that I sometimes use would be if you stole a car for the purpose of doing a bank robbery. Because the purpose of the theft of the stealing of the car was to facilitate the bank robbery, they are arguably part of the same criminal transaction, even if those events happened on different days, because they're closely related in purpose. So just that's the standard rule, but particularly in more modern jurisprudence, and particularly by statute, that rule has been modified. So particularly, it seems in Florida at least, this would allow you to do consecutive, which would not be the standard rule. But that's okay. The standard rule has been modified by a lot of other examples. For another example, by the way, where the standard rule has been modified, would be in homicide, generally speaking. In common law, if the death occurred within a year and a day, then it would count, but otherwise not. But most states, and I think all states, but most states have modified that and have extended it, and some indefinitely. So now it doesn't matter when the death occurs, assuming you can prove it occurred as a result of the action. So if you shot somebody and they died immediately, obviously that's homicide. If you shot someone and they died a year later, that would be a common law. That would still be homicide, but not if they died 2 years later. Now, typically they can. It's just a question of proving they died from the bullet wound. But yeah, so that was a brief history of legal education and how these things have changed over time. I hope you've enjoyed this deep dive legal discussion on civil law.
I submit to you that it's not a life sentence. It should be a lot of years in prison. They will suffer for a lot of years. I spoke to the one downward departure element judge. The youthful age, the other one, he does not appear to appreciate the consequences of his actions due to his youthful age. We know he's youthful. However, even Dr. Rubino said he could. And Dr. Kropp said he could. He could conform. He knew. We knew he did because he outlined his plan that morning to Dr. Kropp. He had a complex thought process of where he was going to go. If you believe that to be true, what he told his doctor, Dr. Kropp, that he intended to kill himself that day and nothing else. That whole process was complex thoughts. I'm going to go to the beach. So my parents can't find me at home. I'm going to kill myself there. I'm going to bring a knife that has my name on it so they can identify me. And I'm doing all of this to hurt Madison.
Why not go super old school and throw yourself into the sea? Super old school. That'd be good.
The rest of her life. He knew the actions on on the morning, he had actually contemplated what they would be. So he's someone who can appreciate the consequences of his actions. And like Mr. Katurga said, even if you find that some of the mitigation has been proven, there's still that second prong. Should you depart? And absolutely 100% the state believes that this is not a case where a departure is appropriate. Not at all. All 3 victims will think and live about this trauma for the rest of their life, and he deserves to be punished for a very, very, very long time. For the pain he has put them through already, for the pain they will all remain in, all of their families. This is a ripple effect, Your Honor. And for all of the reasons stated and all of the evidence presented today, we ask you to impose a just punishment of life in prison. Thank you.
Thank you, State. All right, let me take a brief recess. I want to just think about a few things before I impose sentence. So we'll stand in recess for about 15 minutes.
Well, unfortunately, you and I get to skip ahead. What we're now going to do.
That was me last.
I don't know that I agree to appreciate the criminal nature of the motion and request.
Okay, there we go. Judge looking through some papers. How much time did she ask for? Life. She asked for life at the end.
The state is present, defense is present. Are there any matters that we need to address before the court imposes sentence from the state?
No, Your Honor.
From the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Is there any legal reason why this court cannot impose sentence at this time, Mr. Katurgas?
No, Your Honor.
This court has given this case a tremendous amount of thought, not just today, but in the days and weeks leading up to this sentencing hearing. This is a difficult case. This court has faced several very difficult cases recently, and this one is no different. The defense in this case has filed a motion and requested for this court to depart below the guideline sentence. As previously stated, the minimum sentence based upon the guidelines is 227.25 months in Florida State Prison. In analyzing the
You just gotta love that exact number. 227.25. I just love how these things get calculated. 227.25. Man. Sometimes.
defense's motion and request for the court to downward depart, the defense has presented throughout the course of this sentencing hearing evidence and testimony that would meet the preponderance of the evidence that would permit this court to deviate and downward depart. The court does find that the defense has met its burden, showing the defendant's capacity to appreciate the criminal nature of the conduct, and that he does require some specialized treatment for a mental disorder that is unrelated to substance abuse or addiction or for physical disability, and the defendant is amenable to treatment. I don't know that I agree that this was an unsophisticated manner. I'm not going to find that as to that factor. And I do believe that the defendant is old enough to appreciate the consequences of the offense. So the only factor that the court does find that the defense has met is the fact that he does require some specialized treatment for a mental disorder that is unrelated to substance abuse or addiction or for physical disability.
So the court just disagreed with the defense on the factors to be applied with respect to the downward departures. Like, I do not find that this was unsophisticated. I do not find he's particularly amenable. The only factor I find is that he needs treatment. It's the only factor in favor. So the court only found one of the factors. So defense is like, all the factors are present. Court is like, I can only find one of them. So not looking so good for the defense so far.
That does not, the analysis of downward departure does not stop at the defense's meeting the threshold and establishing by preponderance of the evidence that there are mitigating circumstances that would permit this court to deviate below that guideline sentence. The second prong of that analysis is whether or not the court should. June 3rd of 2023, the events that unfolded on that afternoon were horrific. This defendant launched a vicious attack on a 17-year-old girl who had done nothing but show him love, and only weeks earlier had done her part to try to save his life when he attempted suicide. The same person that tried to save his life, he violently and viciously attacked.
That's cold, man.
Many folks in this courtroom have declared Kennedy Armstrong a hero. This court has no quarrel with that assessment. Kennedy Armstrong is most certainly a hero. And but for his actions and the actions of Madison's mother, this defendant would have successfully killed Madison Schemitz. That crime, the crime that was described and shown here today, and the result of that crime, and the impact of this crime that it has had on all three of the victims in this case, leads this court to the conclusion that any deviation below the guidelines is inappropriate. So I'm declining and denying the defendant's motion for downward departure.
Yeah, it didn't really work out so well for you. So, I mean, any downward departure would be required the defense to prove it. And they're like, no, I only can find one factor, and it is not in the interest of justice, so not so much with your downward departure. So having decided downward departure is inappropriate, okay, how about those guidelines? Well, the guidelines apparently say, how about somewhere between 227.25 months to life? How about you pick a number between these two numbers? Anywhere between these two numbers, Your Honor. Which number do you like best? 227.25 and up. How up do you want to go? Cool. What does he have to say next?
I have considered mitigating circumstances that have been well presented by the defense in this case. Mr. Kuchergis, you have done an excellent job in representing your client and providing this court with mitigation.
This is usually not a good sign, by the way. When in the middle of sentencing, the judge takes time to tell the defendant that their lawyer has done a really good job. This is not a really positive sign. It's like, just want to let you know they did really, really good before I give you the bad news. Yeah, it's not going well, my friend. It is not going well.
And this court has carefully thought and weighed and considered your client's age, his lack of any prior criminal history, the fact that he was suffering from a depressive, clearly a depressive state of mind when this happened, and his age. This court does not impose a sentence based on vengeance, as was mentioned, that courts are not here to sentence out of vengeance. This court has carefully thought about all of the mitigation in this case. But the crime that was committed the impact that this crime has had on Madison, Jacqueline, and Kennedy it just far outweighs any of the mitigation that this court has considered.
Yeah.
There are just certain crimes that are committed that merit the maximum possible sentence.
Yeah.
And this court finds that this is one of them. Spencer Pearson, you have entered a plea of guilty to 2 counts of attempted first-degree murder with a weapon. As to counts 1 and 3 of the information, you are adjudicated guilty. You are sentenced to serve the remainder of your life in prison. As to count 5, you are adjudicated guilty. You are sentenced to serve 30 years in Florida State Prison. All sentences are to run concurrent with each other.
Although it wasn't stated, I think that count 5 is for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. So counts 1 and 3 are for attempted murder for the daughter and the mother. And I believe count 5 is for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon for the bystander. So life, and 30 years. So, yeah.
Please reflect that he is 536 days that he has previously served and impose the standard felony court costs. Mr. Pearson, you have 30 days to appeal the legality of this court sentence. If you wish to appeal, cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you.
Yeah, he has no appeal. Let me spoil it for you. He has no appeal. He pled guilty, so there's obviously no issues there. He pled guilty. And sentencing, what are you going to do? You got nothing. You got nothing. The judge heard all the evidence, and the judge gets enormous discretion. The correct legal standard is abuse of discretion, right? That's the correct legal standard. Like, the judge abused their discretion. The only other alternative would be like a legal error, but there isn't one, right? Say, oh, the judge sentenced outside the range, but that isn't true. It's not like there was a max of 16. I'm like, oh, I give you life. That'd be a legal error. And it's like, no, that's not true. The max was life. And so your only appeal after that is abuse of discretion. But, you know, basically no reasonable judge would do this. Yeah, that's not going to work. That's not going to work. So you have no appeal. You have no appeal. So I hope you really enjoy prison, because you're going to be there a long, long time, sir. A very, very long time, sir.
This court is adjourned.
Your Honor, believe the state has an announcement.
Although I believe he got it concurrent, for whatever difference it makes. So he didn't get it consecutive. So he only has to serve life once. So for whatever difference it makes.
Yes. As to the remaining counts.
State would announce on all questions.
Can just, Mr. Pearson.
Come on, approach.
Yeah.
All right, and we will watch the press conference that happened as a result of this. Just give me a second to pull it up. And we'll watch the press conference. If you give me just a moment to find it, please. Let's see. Here is part of it. I think I have another video somewhere. Oh, here it is. Okay. Great.
Okay, if everybody's ready, we'll go ahead and get started here in the essence of time and respect to your time, but more importantly, this family is exhausted. So as we get started here today, of course, in our press conference, we're going to control the measures. You heard a lot of testimony today from our victim impact statements. It was powerful. It was a powerful day for this family. This family is exhausted, and their friends are exhausted. So that being said, we're going to start right off with our state attorney representing our state attorney's office and R.J. Larissa is Brian Shorstein. Brian?
Thanks, Sheriff. Thank you. As the Sheriff said, it's been a long day. I just want to echo the sentiments from before, thank the incredible work by the first responders, the hard-working detectives and deputies with St. John Sheriff's Office, and our prosecutors, Jenny Dunton, Sarah Thomas, and Caitlin Payne, who started with this case. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to our heroic and courageous victims, Madison.
Hi again. I'd like to start by thanking you all for being here. After a long and hard road, I am pleased to be standing in front of you all today saying we did it. I would now like to thank the Honorable Judge Smith for his time and consideration in deciding upon the life sentence verdict. The time, commitment, and determination he has given the last 538 days does not go unnoticed and is beyond appreciated. We are so thankful for this outcome and feel that it is not only the right but also the appropriate decision in this case. I'd now like to take a moment to thank several individuals whose unwavering support and dedication have truly carried us through this journey and helped us reach this point. First and foremost, I want to extend my deepest gratitude to the entire Office of the State Attorney for the 7th Judicial Circuit. Your collective hard work, tireless commitment, and relentless pursuit of justice has meant the world to us. A special thank to R.J. Larissa, who can't be here today, whose incredible leadership has been a guiding force throughout this process. Without your vision and determination, we would not be standing here today. I would also like to thank and recognize our original state attorney, Caitlin Payne. Caitlin, your belief in our case and your tireless efforts to fight for justice gave us hope when we had none. You are a rock, and your dedication was a constant source of strength to us. To our current Assistant State Attorney, Jennifer Dutton and Sarah Thomas, thank you for stepping up and taking on our case with such confidence and drive. I can only imagine how challenging that transition must have been, yet you handled it with grace and consistent determination. From the moment you took over, your commitment gave us the confidence to keep going, even when things felt impossible. We are so incredibly grateful for your hard work and the passion you brought to our case. We are truly fortunate to have been represented by two remarkable and powerful women, Caitlin and Jennifer. You have both fought relentlessly on our behalf, and words cannot fully express how thankful we are for all you've done. Thank you, guys. I'd now like to thank the entire St. Johns County Sheriff's Office, St. Johns County Fire Rescue, HCA Florida Memorial Hospital, and Brooks Rehabilitation. Without each of you and your commitment to helping and saving others, I would not be here today. Your professionalism, quick response, and compassionate care made all the difference during some of the most difficult moments of my life. From the moment I needed assistance, you were there, and for that I am forever grateful. The dedication you show to your work and the community as a whole is something truly remarkable. I cannot thank you enough for everything you've done to help me and so many others. I'd also like to express my heartfelt thanks to the entire community for your unwavering support throughout this process. Your kindness, compassion, and solidarity have been a constant source of strength for me and my family. In times of uncertainty, it's the people around us who help carry the weight, and I've been truly humbled by how this community has come together. Whether through encouraging words, gestures of support, or simply just showing up when we needed it most, you've made a profound impact on our journey. Knowing that we have such a strong and caring community behind us has kept our spirits high, and for that I am forever grateful. Thank you for standing by us and for reminding us that we are never alone. I'd also like to extend a thank you to the media for your professionalism and respect throughout this entire process. You've shown an understanding of the gravity of the situation and the impact it has had on our lives. Thank you for giving us the space we needed while still keeping the community informed. I'd now like to take a moment to express my deepest gratitude to my friends and family. Your love, support, belief in me have been a source of strength throughout this entire journey. Whether near or far, you've been there every step of the way, offering encouragement, lending a listening ear, and always reminding me that I am never alone. In moments when I felt overwhelmed or uncertain, you provided me the reassurance I needed to keep moving forward. To my family, thank you for being my foundation, for your patience, your sacrifices, and for always showing up with open hearts. To my friends, thank you for your constant presence and for lifting me up in ways I can never fully express. I am incredibly fortunate to have each of you by my side. Your support has meant more to me than words could say. I'd also like to take a moment to thank someone who has truly gone beyond the boundaries of their job description and has become not only my best friend, but a true father figure to me. Lieutenant George Harrigan from the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office, your guidance, your wisdom, and steady presence have been a gift I can never fully repay. Where was he?
We'll bring him on down a little closer.
From the very beginning, you've been there not just as a law enforcement officer, but as someone I could trust, lean on, and turn to for support. Your belief in me, your calm reassurance in moments of doubt, and the way you've always looked out for me has meant more to me than words can express. You've been a role model, a mentor, guiding me through the darkest moments of my life and always reminding me that I can overcome each obstacle. I'm beyond grateful for the care you've shown me throughout this journey. Thank you for everything, George. You've made a lasting impact on my life, and I'm forever thankful for you in every way. I'd also like to thank St. Johns County Sheriff Rob Hardwick and his wonderful wife Kendall for their incredible support throughout this journey. Sheriff Hardwick, your leadership, dedication to justice, and commitment to our community have been a constant source of inspiration. You've shown time and time again what it means to serve with integrity, and I'm deeply grateful for everything you've done, both professionally and personally. Kendall, thank you for your kindness, your strength, and the quiet support you've provided behind the scenes. The two of you have been a steady source of reassurance, and your love has meant more to me than I can express. The way you've both stepped up to help and stand by us speaks volumes about the kind of people you are. I will always be grateful for you both, and I'm so lucky to be a part of the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office family. Lastly, the most important thank you to my mom and Kennedy, two of the most incredible people in my life, my heroes, who have been there for me in ways I can never fully put into words. Mom, you've been my rock and my best friend throughout this entire journey. Your love, your strength, and your unshakable belief in me have carried me through the hardest times. You sacrificed so much always and put my well-being first. I'm beyond lucky to have you by my side. Kennedy, I will never be able to thank you enough for saving my life. In a moment of absolute need, you were there, acting without hesitation, and you've been by my side ever since, helping me rebuild and stay strong. Your courage, kindness, and constant support have meant the world to me, and I'm forever grateful for the way you've stood by me through thick and thin. The two of you are my heart, and I couldn't have made it this far without you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. I love you both deeply. As we move forward from here, we are focused on healing and rebuilding. This chapter, though challenging, is now behind us, and while it will take time, we are committed to moving forward with hope and strength. For me, the journey is far from over. There are still many steps to take, many challenges ahead, and many lessons to learn. But with the support of those who have stood by me, I am confident that I will continue to grow stronger each day. What's next is about finding peace, embracing the future, and using the strength I've gained to help others who may face similar struggles. I know that healing is a process, and while it won't happen overnight, I am determined to keep moving forward with gratitude for all the people who have supported me with a renewed sense of purpose. Thank you to everyone who has helped me get this far. I look forward to what comes next, knowing that together we are stronger. My story truly is just beginning.
You can introduce Kennedy if you want to.
What?
Introduce Kennedy.
Oh, Kennedy Armstrong. I'm a little tired.
I'll keep this brief. I just want to say thank you to Robert Hardwick. Thank you very much, sir. Ms. Kendall, you as well. The entire St. Johns County Sheriff's Department, you're all amazing. Justice today was served. And this is a message to young men, or just men in general. Look out, look around you, and if you see someone that needs help, you do it. Stop looking at your phones, look around you, and be aware. Thank you to everybody. Thank you to the state attorneys. And special shout out to Nisha Patel, my PT. She was awesome. And thank you all for everything. I truly appreciate every single one of y'all.
Okay, before we get into the next part of this tonight, I just want to make some few closing remarks from the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office. And, you know, we get these staff pages all the time as a sheriff of a large agency, but June 3rd was another, just a typical staff page coming through for horrific incidents that's occurring in St. Johns County. And these people come into your lives like Madison Schemitz, and that's exactly what happened that day. Was that day, that name meant nothing to us at the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office, no disrespect. But things happen in life for a reason. We believe that. We saw the same thing happen with the Tristan Bailey family, and it again happened again on June 3rd of 2023. I will tell you this, the heroic efforts of course, Kennedy and Jackie, the two of you, seriously. This would be a different story today. I think you all know that. It would be a much, much different story today. Our prosecutors, we're truly blessed to have the relationship we share with the State Attorney's Office, 7th Judicial Circuit. Judge, you did a phenomenal job today. You did exactly what the rules and the law allowed you to do, and you did the sentencing, which we believe is all what he deserved, period. And with that being said, as your sheriff today, we're physically working on getting out of my jail as we speak. But also, too, so some things that actually go on behind the scenes of the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office. Detective Hannah Haas is our lead agent, our lead detective in this case from our major crimes unit, our major case unit. Phenomenal job, but again, it takes a team effort. And if she were to sit at this podium today, she would tell you that it takes a team effort behind those walls that actually work these violent crimes. Our unsung heroes, of course, we don't mention them very often, but our crime scene technicians of the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office. They put the pieces together to present to the prosecution, to make the cases and dot the I's and cross the T's. And they're never here. They're never behind us. They never stand side by side with us. They're on to the next case. So I just want to make sure we oblige them, too, as well. Also, too, I want to talk about the St. Johns County Fire and Rescue, the phenomenal job you did. And when she gave her impact statement today, and I'll tell you as a sheriff in St. Johns County, it's my 31st year. I've been working, I worked homicide for 12 years of my career. I've never attended a victim impact statement or a sentencing because I don't want to get in the way of the sentence and make something actually come back and get appealed. So I don't sit in those. But I watched it live today for the first time with my wife and some of my staff members. You were so strong, young lady. I'm telling you what, you make us into better people. I'm telling you, your uncle gave a phenomenal statement. I'm not sure where he's at. He gave a phenomenal statement up there. I don't know how y'all hold it together. Yeah. I'm not going to tell you because Madison will rat me out, but we might have been in our office getting poked in the eye. It was very hot in my office. It was very humid. But just
all the time.
When we have people like you in our life, we got no choice. All right. But again, on behalf of the 1,000 members of the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office, just honestly, an exclamation point behind this case. What a great job, and we did, once again, defending these victims and presenting these cases. And we're the ones that get a chance to speak on behalf of them, so thank you for another job well done. We're going to kind of transition, of course, into a different phase here. We have never done this before. This is 31 years in law enforcement. I've never seen this done. The Carnegie Award is something very, very special. And I'm actually going to read some notes from that. Media, we will take some questions, but I think this is important, of course, that we recognize these two people that have just gone above and beyond. So with that being said, we're going to go into the next part of this, which is the Carnegie Medal presentation. And Madison and I are going to present these, actually, it's really Madison presenting. I just get the privilege of honestly standing next to you, I'm being honest with you. The Carnegie Hero Fund Commission was established in 1904. The commission awards the Carnegie Medal to individuals in the United States and Canada who risk their lives to save others. I think there's no other better definition than what we're going to witness here and what you witnessed in the impact statements over the last few hours here in our courthouse. After a year-long investigation, the Commission for the Carnegie Medal Award came back and actually notified us that Jackie Roget, I'm doing good, aren't I? Yeah. She has allowed me to call her Rogue for the last almost 2 years. And she's like my sister, for goodness sake. And Kennedy Armstrong have been selected to receive the Carnegie Medal for their actions on June 3rd, 2023. Essentially, Madison said it numerous times in her statement today with so much courage and so much honor and dignity, essentially saving the life of Madison Schemitz. So I'm honored today to be here standing side by side with Madison and my beautiful wife, Kendall, to present the Carnegie Medal to Jackie and Kennedy, and congratulations. This is one of the most prestigious awards, and for this to take so long to come back, I've never seen one. I think my brothers and sisters in uniform, I've never seen this award given at this level before. So we're going to kind of just back up just a little bit here, and we're going to have, of course, Jackie and Kennedy, please. We're going to have you come right in front of the podium here. And honestly, this is going to be presented by Madison, not Rob Hardwick. So my staff is going to go ahead and give the medal to me. We'll give it over to beautiful Madison up here, and then we're going to come right in here, young lady.
There's two of them.
Yeah, we're going to do it together. Okay. But I'm going to give it to you, so we'll go one at a time here. Okay. This is for your mother first. I thought I had this down pat. Okay. So we'll step up in front of the podium here, Madison and I together. So come up here, young lady. Whoever that was, just bill it to the sheriff's office.
No, it's not.
There's all kinds of stuff up here. My wife says let it go. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and, again, this is, and Jackie, we're going to flip-flop you guys, if you don't mind. We'll flip-flop, and then I'm going to have you take that out of here and give it to your mother.
Well deserved, Jackie.
I'm sure, listen, I'd never heard the full story until I heard the impact statement today and the memory you had, young lady. My goodness gracious, like I said, I wasn't crying, so don't even accuse me of doing that ever again. But, Kendall? Okay. And of course, Kennedy. Love you, too. Love you. Yep. So at this time, we'll go ahead and take a few questions. We'll kind of bring Madison back over here if you guys want to step back behind the table there. We'll answer a few questions.
So the defense, obviously, they had a lot of mitigating factors. It was a long day in court. I know we're all feeling it. But, you know, watching your guys' reaction when that sentence came down, Madison, I saw you looked like you had this sense of relief. Could you just kind of comment on when you saw this, as soon as you said it, just what were the first thoughts that came to your mind?
I don't really think that there's words to explain that kind of feeling. I think we've been at this for so long now that hearing it almost felt unreal. I think that it was just an overwhelming sense of gratitude, an overwhelming feeling of just success and happiness, and we were all very thankful for the verdict today.
Madison, I know you had the chance at your school to talk to other young girls in different clubs, and you've even inspired girls around the world. What message do you have to girls who may be in relationships or just teen girls who are also your age?
I think the biggest kind of piece of advice that I have is that you're not alone. You're never stuck, you're never trapped, there's always a way out. And that regardless of how alone you may feel, there's always someone who understands, there's always someone who's relating to you about something, whether it's this or that, there's always someone who would understand. So you're not alone, and just keep going regardless of whatever you're going through, because if you're going through hell, you just have to keep going.
And you talked about how this is just the beginning. You know, I did see that you guys filed a civil lawsuit.
No civil lawsuit question.
Got it.
We can talk about that next week.
That works. And so, aside from that, what is next in this next chapter for you?
Kind of probably the same thing I'm doing now. I'm a full-time college student. I'll go to school. I'll keep speaking. I'll keep trying my best to inspire and motivate and help others, and just take every day as it comes. And work at the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office.
Madison, how does it feel for everything to be officially over?
I don't think that it really feels like it's officially over, because it's not for us. It's not really just, like, it's not just a criminal case. It's not just something that ends when you hear a life sentence, because we still have to live this every day. But to know that we're done dealing with criminal court or criminal case hearings and having to show up every other month and worry about what would go wrong next it's relieving. So we're thankful for it.
And the Carnegie Award, that happened, is for Jackie and Kennedy. I mean, you don't walk in and wake up saying, I'm going to be a hero today. So knowing that these two people got this award, well, I don't know if you guys want to speak, just how does it feel to receive it? It's not something that you wake up and, oh, I'm going to be a hero. Just how do you feel receiving this award?
Just step straight back to me.
I don't feel like a hero. I'm her mom. I would save any one of my kids.
And Kennedy?
I just thank God for putting me there that day. I think it was divine intervention all the way, and I'm honored.
Is there anything else you guys want to ask?
No, listen, I'm just going to reiterate what Madison had said too, and of course, we appreciate the professionalism of the media, honestly. Thank you very much. Thank you, of course, for sticking us out all day long. Please give the family some peace. They get some downtime finally for just a little bit of time before Madison heads back to college. We appreciate you. We appreciate, of course, our bailiffs, care, custody, and control. We appreciate a very smooth transition, of course, in the sentencing. God bless everybody. Have a great night, and happy Thanksgiving. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Good night.
All right, friends, that will conclude our stream tonight. So, pretty interesting stuff. And he's going to prison forever. Forever. And ever. So, good times. So, yeah, tomorrow we should be on at 2 Central, 3 Eastern for the sentencing of Deobra Reedon, who flew at a judge. The I Believe I Can Fly guy is getting sentenced tomorrow. I am looking forward to that. So, and Dr. Berry is probably going to be on with me because she said that she's free. So I'm excited about that. And Dr. Berry, again, can offer compassion and empathy, and I can offer sardonic wit and jokes, and it'll be good. So, yep, that's about all there is for today. And at least for me, I think he got pretty much what he deserved with the double attempted murder with the stabbing. So, I think he pretty much got what he deserved. So, please enjoy prison. And if you could find out about those gladiator prisons, I'll come watch your gladiator matches. I don't know if they allow betting on the gladiator matches, but I'll be happy to place a bet. Let me know when the gladiator matches are so I can place a bet with my bookie. I've been Uncivil Law. Until next time, my friends, keep it uncivil out there. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.